Hello, hello. We there? Am I there? Hello, hello. Hello. Can you hear me? I know you can't see me. Okay. Alright, we'll go ahead and stop the music because I don't want to get muted on YouTube because I'm going to go upload this after the fact. Hi, hello everybody. Gunner, Pato, Footloose, hello, hello. Why can't you see me? Interesting. 1 second. Oh, you can see me? Can you see me? On one end it says, oh, you can. That's whack. Because it says like on my Twitch dashboard, it's like, nah, I can't see you. Twitch dashboard's like, yeah, no, they can't see you at all. Yeah, I'm bald now. Very much bald. Yeah. I mean, my hair wasn't looking very good, so I was like, let's just embrace it. And I like the way I look bald, so I'm cool with it. Yeah, so I don't know why I can't. I guess as long as it's working, then cool. Welcome in. This is something I've been wanting to do for a while. I won't milk this intro for too long. Oh shit! Hang on. Sorry. Oh, what is happening there? Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. All right. Well, anyway. So, yes. Aerodynamics, very important. Hair causes drag. Mine was like really curly, kind of on the sides and back, but like fading on the top. So I was like, screw it. Let's get super aerodynamic. And of course, shortly after that, I saw an article. It was like, oh, everybody's instead of fighting hair loss, men are just starting to go bald. It's the new hip trend. And I was like, oh yeah, hip with the kids. Let's fucking go, baby. It's the trend. I'm just hip. What can I say? I'm just fucking hip. So, this is kind of different. We're not doing like a breadcast today. I have a lot to talk about. There's a new Hot Wheels game coming out. I never did like recap the end of the season. But that's not really what I'm doing here today. I wanted to take some time and look at my old tracks, kind of talk about them. Just kind of where my mindset was when I was making them, what I was trying to accomplish. I don't know if it will mean much to anybody, but I kind of wanted to talk about it, so I figured let's do it. This is kind of, it's kind of like an advertisement of sorts for the upcoming Bread Bowl. my original plan was for it to be a week from tomorrow, July 17th. That isn't happening. I got really busy. I've had a lot of stuff going on, and I'm not ready for it. But it is going to happen. So just hang tight. We'll get there when we get there. But I really wanted to talk about some of my old tracks, because any of my tracks could be involved in the next Bread Bowl in some way, shape, or form. So I kind of wanted to just hop into this list of my tracks, kind of roll through here, and just kind of talk about everything, just kind of just one at a time, discuss everything. Some tracks will be a quick discussion. Some will be more long-winded. Well, I'm just going to go for a little while. We'll just see what happens. And maybe this is a multi-part series if it takes a while. Or maybe I get them all done today. Maybe I don't have as much to say as I thought. And it's a one and done type deal. We'll find out. So, yeah. We'll go ahead and get started. So, I wanted to be more of a track builder in the second game than I was in the first. The first game I made 6 tracks, I believe. Just 6. I really started track building like at the end of the run on Hot Wheels Unleashed 1. So I decided second game I was gonna get in real quick and start making tracks as soon as I could. I wasn't there on day 1. I had I had a lot of stuff going on around that time. I was getting married. So I showed up like about a week later. Started making tracks in the second game. I wasn't really sure what to expect. My tracks in the first game were pretty decent, but they were definitely still kind of raw, I guess. And they were starting to get like a following. One of them got recommended by Milestone. I think it was on like the featured list or whatever that was called. So it got a bunch of likes. I was breadbasket, but I had a bunch of other tracks. I was pretty proud of them at the time, and I was curious to see how it would carry over. And yeah, so we'll go ahead and get started. I'll start with Cannoli Cannons. So this was the very first track I made in Hot Wheels Unleashed 2. As you can see, has used the whole budget. And I'm just going to hop on it. We'll just test it out. We'll switch cars, though. I think I made this track. It was either with Drift King in mind or with La Fosta. I can't remember. I will just drive La Fosta. Where is the La Fosta? There it is. We'll do this one. We'll do the Gunner La Fosta. All right. Yeah, so I mean, I just kind of made a track. This one's really not all too inspired. I was just like, let me start making something kind of similar to what I was doing at the end of my time on the first game. But I was really interested in the cannons, so I wanted to use them. I was also toying with stuff like that for the first time. Those transitions were new. I hadn't really done anything like them yet. Like the sideways ones. I'd been doing the upside down ones in the first game. Again, Ring of Fire. You won't see me... I don't use Ring of Fire on like any of my other tracks. So, oh, oops. Saved it. Give myself whiplash when I heard. Oh, yeah. So there's some parts of this track that I think held up pretty well. and some that I'm not as proud of anymore. Like, I don't really like this corner anymore as much. This corner I think was all right, but not the best. I kind of liked this section. I still like it. And this is kind of just a long downhill. Here, another Ring of Fire. I was just like, oh boy, shiny new toys. I'm gonna use them as much as possible. When I got to the kitchen on this section, I was truly lost on what to do. Like, I really struggled with this part of the track for a while. I was just trying to think, like, oh boy, what do I do to finish this track? And finally, I was like, oh, okay, I'll use the magnet tracks to go up and just kind of do a loop around the kitchen, just a small loop to finish the track off. And I think it's all right. It's a little, what's the word? Clunky, I'd say. Obviously not my best work. I mean, first track on a new game is probably not going to be a great track. But yeah. I think my favorite part of this track is up here. That section I just went through, I really liked. I really enjoyed the way I was able to use the magnets back there. I started doing that a lot. This is kind of a track where I started to use that trick a lot. This corkscrew section, one of my favorite sections of the entire track. I've honestly been trying to make tracks that recreate it the way I did on this one, and I've never been able to do it quite the same way. I don't know how I did it in that windy bit there. Oh my goodness. I have not been able to recreate it the same way. I don't know. I'm not sure why. I've tried to do something similar to it before, and I just can't do it anymore. It's like stumbled into like a cornering like a section that I just can't seem to perfectly replicate anymore. Like to the point where I almost am tempted to take this track, delete everything but that section, and then make a new track around it. Just because I like the way it drives, and I've not been able to replicate it again. But yeah, I mean, this is a very just kind of like run-of-the-mill track. You know, it definitely feels like first track of the second game, at least to me, in my opinion. And you know, I would say, you know, I don't know if I'm going to put numbers like on all of these, but I would say this is an okay track. It's not the best. It certainly isn't going to be the best. But I think it had a lot of good foundational building blocks for what a lot of my tracks in the second game would eventually become. Stuff with like the magnets and on that last section, all the boosts. And this corkscrew section right here. I would say they became the foundations for what my tracks would kind of look like were laid with this track. Although I don't think it holds up like spectacularly, if that makes sense. Okay, so we'll go ahead and exit. No, I'm not gonna save it. So my second track. 1 second. Sorry, I heard my dog messing with the cat bowl, and I knew he was being a shithead, so to summon him. My dog, go to bed. Can you go to bed? Can you go to bed? All right, fine. Just no more going to the cat bowl. Okay. Second track is Toasty Twists. It came out shortly after the first one. Cannoli Cannons. Yeah. Toasty Twists was the second one. And I think this might honestly be like up there for like one of my most forgotten tracks, honestly. Oops. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, as you can see, I used the entire budget here. We'll test this one. We'll pick a different car here. Change vehicle. We'll do my Maelstrom. Thank you, Pato, for this livery. So this was like, I don't know. I really liked the arcade, so I was like, I want to make something here, and so I did pretty quickly. And I really wanted to like take advantage of this magnet stuff, like the double magnets. So the idea was that you are going real fast, and the double magnet kind of catches you and guides you through the whole corner. Later, find out there's jump tech right there. But you know, I'll be 100. There's a reason why this track got forgotten, and it's just really not that good or really all too exciting. I'd say it's a very kind of whatever track. It just wasn't. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Everyone forgets this track exists. Like, some people remember cannoli cannons because it was like the first one. No one remembers Toasty Twists. No one. It's called Toasty Twists. So obviously, cannoli cannons is called that because of all the cannons. This one is called. Ooh, I see. I wonder if that's faster. Is that faster than just flying out to the wall and hitting the pads anymore? I have no idea. Toasty Twist is called that because that section where you go back and forth, like the magnets where you do all those U-turns, it looks kind of like a toaster from a distance. If that makes sense. So I kind of was like, oh yeah, you're going in and out of a toaster, right? So that's why it was called Toasty Twists. And yeah, I mean, so this is my first attempt of that full like 180 transition in the second game. It's rough. It's not very good. This section in certain cars is just kind of bumpy, not really the best. And we have this jump tech. Didn't know it was a thing until we did know it was a thing, and it was definitely used there quite a bit. This part of the track is really kind of bumpy. This section's kind of uninspired, really, if I'm being completely honest with myself. And that's kind of the point, is I'm just like, I want to talk about these old tracks, but also I'm going to be honest, like, you know, I don't really think too favorably. I feel like that corner back there had a lot of potential because you can take it really fast, but I think the execution wasn't great. I really liked using these vents. I love the lighting in here. Especially with the light bars, I thought it looked pretty cool. This is the section of the track I think I was pretty proud of right here. Just the way you can kind of fly through the section, and I liked I wouldn't call it a tech, but like the maneuvering move there where you land facing down on the boost pads. I thought was pretty cool. And then it's just, you know, boost speed tech back to the start finish line. One sharp final corner, catch it on the magnet. I think that all flows well. I just think like the first 60% of the track, very not memorable and really not my best quality. And so it is like the forgotten bread track, probably the most forgotten bread track. I think it's understandable, honestly. I do. I think it's pretty understandable. So, okay. So we'll go ahead and leave this now. Not much else to say. I want to save now. So next track on our journey is Le Mans 24 Hour. This is not the original. This track has existed in a couple different forms. It's way over budget because I have moved it into different environments using black magic. Um, we're gonna pick something. It's a long track, so we're gonna pick something with. Well, we'll take the Nissan Z out there with Gore's patchwork livery on here. So this track was made, obviously. Good evening, Visor. Hello, welcome in. This track was made to be like a faithful recreation of Le Mans 24-hour, the 24-hour circuit. And I feel like I did a pretty good job. So interesting backstory, right? When I was making this track, I was actually using like a POV of one of the Corvette GT3s doing a lap around the track. And I was just kind of like trying to loosely match up like sections of the track when I would get to it while test driving versus like when the actual car would get there in the POV. So I really did try to like I synced up video and my testing runs to try and make a track that maybe not in appearance, but at least in terms of like drivability, reflected like what it's like to race on a really long track like Le Mans. And ultimately, I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. I did this in the track room out of bounds. That was the only place with enough budget and the space to do it, because this was before I knew about some of the other black magic we have today. A few other things that are interesting notes is that where you see arches all the way across the track, those are spots where there's actually like a banner over the racetrack, like an advertising board or like a bridge. So I really did like try very hard with this track to like be a Hot Wheels Unleashed track and have Hot Wheels Unleashed stuff, but I also really wanted it, as I'm a huge motorsports fan, I really wanted it to also have like the spirit and the feeling of the actual like racetrack, if that makes sense. And I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. It is a long track, and you wouldn't dare drive it alone more than once, because like why would you? You know, no one's coming out here to time trial it, maybe just for the fun of it. But you know, it was more of like, at the time it was created, it produced extremely bizarre racing that was also really chaotic, really fun. And yeah, it was basically like, it ended up being a very much a for the content track, right, Gunner? Yeah. And it had really fun, chaotic racing. You could race like any car. And the slipstream, different boost regens, kind of like kept it close. Some cars eventually like rose above, and there was like a meta on this track, but there was an era where there wasn't, and it was beautiful. I have one last thing I want to talk about on this track before we move on. Two things actually. So this track is in the daylight now. Originally, it was in the dark, by design. The reason why I moved it is I had a bunch of people who complained that it was hard to see what was going on because it was very dark in the track room. So I used black magic, like I said, to kind of put it in an environment with some light so you can actually see. The other thing, why are there the blockage signs? What are those called? Gosh, why am I... The roadblock things, whatever those are fucking called. My mind is jello right now. And also the light barriers. The barriers and the light barriers. Sorry. I put those on the track to kind of mimic what it was like, what it would be like to pass GT cars while being in a prototype, right? So you're passing lapped cars in a slower class on the track. That's kind of what all of those are meant to be. So on the one hand, like, they're used for chaos. You know, you kind of have to weave around them. It's not hard. It's really not hard at all to weave around them. But that was kind of the idea. Is like, oh yeah, you're driving through like class traffic from a different class. It's supposed to be. That was like the feeling I was going for with that. Yeah, I am honestly, I'm of my early projects, I'm still pretty happy with this one. I think this one holds up really well. It kind of got a redesign. When I moved it, I also changed a bunch of the locations of boost, added boost. I changed where the traps and stuff are. Kind of like refined it. But even in its original design, I think it was one of my best early works, which I'm pretty happy with. So yeah. So we'll go ahead and leave now. Don't want to save it. Cool. So there's Le Mans 24 hour. 3-layer cake. Now, this track, I think, is where I actually really started to hit my stride with Hot Wheels, like actual Hot Wheels track building. So forget about like doing a recreation track. I'll make a couple more of them later on. We'll get to them when we get to them. But 3-layer cake was my first, like, this is my first track where I was like, okay, I'm really like getting the hang of it now. I understand how. Oops, I tipped my camera over. This was the first track where I was like, okay, I get, like, I understand what's going on. And yeah, Footloose 3-layer goat. Yeah. Footloose loves this track. This track was one of my first. I'd say it was like my first big hit. I'd say like a 24 hour was like a novelty thing. But 3-layer kick was the first track that really kind of like took off. And I think it holds up pretty well to this day. We've used it. We used it recently. I can't remember what we used it for. Maybe it was a Street League race. I think it was a Street League race. So it still holds up to the point where like it gets used still, which is awesome. I love it. We'll drive this one in. Oh, excuse me. I'll use muscle tone. I don't remember why this muscle tone exists. I'm pretty sure I made this one myself. I don't remember why, though. Why did I make this? What was the purpose? Oh! I remember what the purpose of this was. It was for the NASCAR event, I do believe. I think we had a NASCAR event, and we were doing stock cars, and this was supposed to be the livery for my stock car. I'm pretty sure that's what this is. Okay, anyway. 3-layer cake. So this was called 3-layer cake because there's a section of track right above me where you kind of drive over the same spot multiple times. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to name it 3-layer cake. So that's where that naming came from. So this section right here, I was trying to be kind of ambitious with it and really kind of like get away from flat track building. And I'll be honest, that section, that magnet section where you go like up and then down and then back up and like a big corkscrew, probably the worst part of the track in terms of like design. Also, this corner is pure chaos. But yeah, I used a lot of the magnets on the outside of the corner to help guide people through some of the tighter turns in different classes. Right here, you kind of use it. Get to the inside of the corner. It's got boost regen on it and boost pads, but not a ton, so you do have to save your stuff. I did not here. I hit the wall. I had a lot of, I was using a lot of ramp turns at this time, and they were all very unforgiving, where, like, the track pieces, the walls are immediately there after the corner ramps end. So you had to, if you used them, you had to get back up onto the track very quickly. It made them kind of high risk. I don't think those ramps get used very much. I put them there as like an option, but I believe for the most part people just utilize the outside. See, this is going to be like a clean run through here, and even still, it's not perfect. So the idea is to be kind of patient and just not boost through the whole thing, but it feels kind of janky. It can be done in a way that isn't janky, but if I came back to this track, I think that's the section I'd redo. And I would leave this corner entirely alone because I love the chaos. I think this is one of the most chaotic corners of any track I've made. The amount of carnage that has unfolded there is kind of insane. If I recall correctly, I had issues with Maelstrom where it would always tip over on that corner. And it was very frustrating, but yeah. But I really like this track. I think it still holds up today. It's not super high speed all the way around the track, but it has a lot of high speed sections. It feels like it's got a lot of room. I feel like the racing is nice. There's lots of space to make passes in a lot of places. It only really gets narrow in that one section of track where I was talking about, where you're going really fast and there's just not a whole lot of room. I feel like the opening section is very solid. Like, I would say 85% of this track like, holds up to today, and I'm still like happy with the work. This is the one section that could use a remodel, and it's not bad. It's really not bad. It's this right here. That transition is rough. I don't really know what to do about it, and I'm not going to fix it at this point. But yeah, I really like this track. I'm happy with it. It's if people like Footloose is one of his like all-time favorite tracks of mine, if I recall correctly. Like, this is one of my best tracks, I'd say, and I think this is where I really like found my footing for track building in this game. But okay, it's up there for you too, Gunner. Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, this was one that really took off, I felt like. The next track I made, if I recall correctly, was even, like, ended up being even bigger by a lot. Which we'll get to. I'll finish this lap out, and then we'll go talk about the next one. Whee! Alright. Do you want to save this track before you exit? Yeah. It's up there. It is one of my all-time favorite bread tracks. Definitely top 2. Very nice. Very nice. Glad to hear it. It's kind of like, it's really nice that I was able to like make a track that people were like, oh yeah, it's one of the best. Like so early in the game. I also really like how the track looks on the preview. Just kind of like looping back and forth. Like corners don't look super interesting, but you know, might be talking about the other top 2 contender next. I might be. So the next track was this is Bread's Bakery, and this track has been used quite a bit. I've used it for a lot of stuff, and this track is by far like my most liked track. It was, I think it was recommended, or it was heavily featured by Milestone's algorithm, whatever that was. And it has a ton of likes and stuff on it. And this track, I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting this one to be like my biggest track, if that makes sense. Especially like knowing some of the stuff that comes up after it. Like this track, I was not expecting this to be like my biggest one, but it ended up being the biggest one. And every time I go back and drive it, I remember kind of why. Like, and I know it sounds kind of weird. I just didn't expect this track to hit the way it does, but it drives pretty nicely. I say my only regret with this track is that it can be cut, and it is cut, and I can't fix it because I don't want to lose the likes on it. Selfishly, I don't really want to lose the likes on it, so I'm just like, whatever. It is what it is. I'll drive the Corvette. We'll do the Corvette for this one. So yeah, Bread's Bakery. This was a track made, I think, primarily for Bread Bowl. Oops, I botched that corner. It was made primarily for Bread Bowl, but it's been used across multiple seasons for various things. I couldn't tell you all the stuff it's been used for. It's been used a lot. I'm driving it very poorly right now, so don't pay attention to that. But, like, this jump is kind of interesting. It's not, like, super exciting, but it's there. I love this corner. I know it seems kind of weird. It's just a big banked corner with a ton of boost. Get some light barriers at the end. But I think where the track really shines is right here. Is this section. Just the way the track flows with all these ramps. You got a little bit of jump tech here if you want it, but if you do, you don't get that inside ramp, which is very fast. Come up here, we have another ramp corner. I'm in a rocket, so I bounced off that inside wall. I'm a little rusty, if you can't tell. Got these magnets kind of help guide you through the S there. And up off the wall like an idiot. Come down to the floor. We're going to drive under the tables. A sharp right-hander. Back up onto the track. Another sharp right-hander around the table. Past all of these. The reason why I called it Bread's Bakery is because all these boxes say contains bread. Literally all of them. And I was like, that's beautiful. Like, I was like, I have to get a track that drives past them. It would be criminal for me to not go by all of the boxes that say contains bread. They copy-pasted that asset everywhere back there, and I was like, it would be wrong for me to not name it like Bread's Bakery, And, like, this track was kind of like, everybody at the time was making a track. It was like, right around this time, I think is when like Buys HQ came out, and a TRD had like a TRD track. It was like I can't remember if it was like Hideout or Lair or Headquarters, and a lot of people were doing stuff like that. And I was like, oh, I need a track that's like mine, like it's me. It's Bread's Bakery, Like it was like my screen name is Bread, so it makes sense for me to have like a track that's a bakery theme, right? So that was kind of the idea, is to just kind of do that. And fittingly, it ended up, I guess in a way, it's very fitting, ended up being one of my best tracks, inadvertently. Kind of perfect in that it did, but, That one corner, that magnet corner, is really tough in rockets. But I think I did a good job balancing the high-speed sections and low-speed sections. I feel like there's enough boost regen, but not too much. I feel like a lot of the corners have good personality. They're not boring or uninteresting. So I understand like why this one took off. I think, we got a big hug from the algorithm at the time while the game was popular and everything. I think even the best track right now could not reach the numbers that this track has if everyone who plays liked it, because no one really plays it, right? That like I'm very content with this being like my best performing track in terms of likes. It did very well. It's done a great job. It's kind of like the flagship track for me, if that makes sense. And I think it holds up well. The only reason why like I don't treat it as fairly, I guess, is I'm always kind of just bothered by the fact that it's cut, that someone was able to cut it. And this also kind of unlocked like a paranoia in me going forward. A lot of my tracks overuse checkpoints like crazy. And so this track is why. I was like, okay, I'm not letting one of my tracks get cut to pieces again. I'm going to load my track up with as many checkpoints as I possibly can. Because it bothered me so much that the track was, like, the fastest time was, like, a cut. It bothered me a lot. But, yeah. I think this track still feels pretty good. It races well. I really like a lot of the corners. I really like how I use the environment. A lot of my early tracks did this. New game, I wanted to use all the environments, really get the most out of them. The only one I didn't get the most out of was the museum, because the museum environment sucks. It sucks. We'll talk about that later. And yeah, Bread's Bakery. We've used it a lot, and I think it's warranted in that. I'm still very happy with how this track turned out all this time later. So, yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and we do not want to save. Yeah, the museum is really tough. There's a reason why every single track ultimately uses like the dinosaur, the big like T-Rex. You're either driving around the feet or you're going through the mouth. Because if you're not doing that, you're not. There's nothing else to do. There's nothing else to be done. So, yeah. My next track is Pita Palace. Now, funny enough, this was the track that I thought was gonna kind of take off. It was meant to be like the big finale track for the first Bread Bowl in the second game. And it was my first build in the track room. I was very inspired by Mickey's work in Cobalt Sphere, I believe. So, yeah, it was Sphere. And so, yeah, I made this. I built grandstands. Put a million ghosts on there because I had the budget to do so. As like fans are watching the race, if that makes sense. You understand. And I still think that this is one of my best tracks. I think I've built better than it now. But at the time I was very happy with it, and I still am. I'll take the Civic out for this one. All right. So we kind of have this drop down to start. Kind of had like a roller coaster vibe going for some portions of this track. Some boost tech there through the corner, some speed tech stuff, I mean. Now here is the tricky part, and it's this spiral. I think everybody can say with a degree of certainty, this spiral is not good. I think we can agree the issue with Pita Palace is the spiral. It really was not that good. At the time, I was like, you have a choice. You can take the green strip and preserve boost, or you can hit the ramp and boost through it. But ultimately, it just kind of left the track. That section just kind of felt not great. But I really love the way that section feels. Those corners are super nice. They have a little bit of banking, which makes them feel super smooth. This section here is inspired by another Mickey track. This is the Infinitrack inspired section right here. I'll admit I took a lot of inspiration in a lot of my track building from others. I will try and call that out when I think of it or when I remember it. A lot of the stuff I did was not original, I'd say, but I just kind of put a new spin on other people's ideas from time to time. And Peter Palace was kind of that, if that makes sense. So like that whole section, very reminiscent of Infinitrack, I'd say. With this, and I really do feel like a lot of these corners hold up very well today. I feel they feel like they've got great flow. I've got plenty of boost. The way we come back to the start-finish line is very satisfying because you get a good look at the grandstands. You're down the hill for another lap. Oh, I also used track pieces as decorations. This is the first time I did that. So, like, the grandstands, obviously, like I've been talking about, with all the ghosts. And also the arch here. Now, other people did this first. I believe, again, that was... I think the grandstands, I think that was a Mickey thing as well. Or maybe it was Kami. I'm not sure who. Credit to them when they did it first and they did it better. I'm pretty sure it was Mickey again. Credit to them for that idea. I was like, I want to use this for myself, and so I kind of did. So this was supposed to be kind of like a level 1, right? These corners are easy. If you go off the edge, you'll end up on the lower track and lose time and boost, but they're not too hard. This section was meant to be like, okay, these are the tough corners. You're going to have a hard time making these without flying off. But it's not, like, really hard. And also, with the Bread Bowl being a collisions on event, you could always get pushed off by accident or on purpose. So, like, you know, it's not often that people would end up off the track onto the lower, slower sections of track, but it did happen. And I love that I was feeling bold enough when I made this track to try it. I will do it again in other tracks in the future. But I think every time I come to the track room, you're kind of forced to get really creative. You don't have anything to work with. It's just a blank canvas. You have just an empty room with some lights and some wall decorations. So you kind of have to make the environment. And for me, every time I go to the track room, I feel like my track building gets better in a notable way. Like I pick up something, or I go for something bold that left me feeling more confident about myself after the fact. And Peter Palace being the first track room track in this game, it was really like fundamental for me because like I really, really felt good after this track. I felt like I'd picked something up. The tricky part is every time I finished a track room track, I would be burned out from track building because I poured out so much energy into these tracks, trying to build like an engaging environment and make the track interact in an interesting way. Like I always come out of it feeling kind of burned out, but in like a good way, you know. But yeah, Peter Palace, legendary to me because it was like it marked the beginning of an era in the track room for me where I felt confident enough to not just rely on the environment to make a good track, but I was able to kind of build my own environment and make a good track that people generally liked. I completely get why people didn't love that spiral, though. That spiral is not my best work. It was my first attempt at a spiral, and honestly, I don't think I even really try spirals again. They're really not all that exciting. Spirals are boring. I tried to make one that had some strategy in this track, and didn't quite work out. It's not terrible, but it's not great either. And I think we can all be pretty honest with that. Next up is Crouton Cliffs. Crouton Cliffs was a submission for the track competition. I can't remember which season anymore. It was such a while ago. And Crouton Cliffs was kind of came out of a track building run. If I recall correctly, it was one of those tracks I just started building it, and I kind of just forced myself to keep going. and it turned into a track I was really happy with. Oh, 1 second. Okay, sorry, my apologies. So Crouton Cliffs was my first forays into building a track for the league specifically. And I think this track still flows really well. This is another one of those tracks where like I think it holds up. I think I really nailed it with this course. Again, like from this time, and I don't think it's gonna be like a masterpiece. But I think this is one of those tracks is pretty close. There's really not a whole lot about this track that I think was like suboptimal. If that makes sense. Let's check it out. I cannot remember which league this track ended up in. It did win. It was a track competition winner, I believe. I don't remember if it was Acceleron, though, or if it was a Street League track. I think it was Street League. It was Street. Yes. Ah, yes. This is your other top two, huh? Okay, nice, nice. So Footloose was a big fan of this one. And honestly, I still think this track is super good. I love the way the corners just kind of just rip right around them. The magnets on the outside of the corners really, really elevated this track a lot. It felt like even though you have a lot of tight corners, you're going really fast. And the lines are interesting. I also really love this corner right here, the mag strip. I got it just right. A lot of 180 turns on this track, but it doesn't hinder the experience because they just all work. They just feel really good. Only thing I don't like is this section. The jump is kind of blind, but it's also not. It's a dead straight jump. You have a lot of time. You get your vision back through the air. Got these really tight corners you got to nail just right. You can go outside and rip around the magnet, or you can go hit the ramps or something in between. You'll do a manual jump. One of my first of those. Now I needed a good way to bring the track back to the start-finish line, so you go around here. I was kind of run out of budget, which is why you no longer see track decorations. And there's a lap. And this is one of those tracks where, like, it feels very simple, but this is one of my favorite things to do is I love to make tracks that race well. And it's not the most innovative track. I'm not innovating. I'm not discovering new tech. I'm not doing anything that no one's done before. Swole and Pato and Kami are always doing stuff, and Mickey doing stuff that's like no one's thought of, you know. I kind of just like to make tracks, especially at this time, that raced well. I would say this is like another thing about it. This is like a spiritual successor to 3-Layer Cake in that capacity. Well, the whole idea is just to have a great track for racing, where everything just feels good. It feels smooth. It's clean. It nothing feels janky. And unlike 3-Layer Cake, I think I actually accomplished that with Crouton Cliffs. This is the first track that I made where there's really, truly no jank. I really do believe that. And people might disagree. You're welcome to your own opinion. But in my opinion, this was the first track where there isn't a section where I was like, yeah, I would redo that if I could. You know, if I could go back, I would totally undo this. But no, I don't feel that way with this track. I think I got it perfect when I made it. The whole track feels nice and smooth and clean, and I'm very happy with it. Even to this day, I think a lot of people like forget about Crouton Cliffs, and then they remember it and they're like, yeah, it's such a good track. And I feel that. I really do love this track a lot. I stand by my work when I made it. I think this is still one of my best tracks. to this day. We will not save there. Okay, so we'll move on here. Not made a whole lot of progress. Okay, so the next bread bowl was the Jelly Jam bread bowl, and for it, I released 2 brand new tracks that hadn't been released. One of them was Jelly Jam, and the other one was... Wait, it was not Pizza Plaza. It was Extra Crustrial. Why is Extra Crustrial all the way back here? I don't remember. I might have... I don't remember why it's so far back. Whatever. It's not in order from how I made them. You'll realize later. But so here is Jelly Jam. So right around this time, a lot of my tracks start to have a new thing, and I actually think that it hinders a lot of these tracks. There was an era where we talked about how every track relies too much on excessive amounts of boost, too much speed tech, boost tech, whatever you want to call it. So now I was like, okay, I can make a track that doesn't have too much boost. And that is kind of where these tracks come in. I'll drive... where's LaFosta? Yeah, LaFosta. Excuse me. All right. So, I mean, there is boost, obviously. Got boost right off the rip. I hit the hollow barriers like an idiot. So one of the things I love about this track is how it weaves around these arcade machines right here. Like, that section where you drive out from under, like, through this machine and you see, like, all the track weaving around. I really like how I utilized the track and the environment around it. I would say the one thing about this track, I don't think it really has any inherent jank. There is one section I'd say is a little janky. We'll get into it in a sec. It's just that it doesn't have a whole lot of boost regen. And I shouldn't have really fought it. There was like a stigma where like, all the tracks are the same. All the tracks are the same. And I don't know if it was just like some of like the grouchy people were saying that, or if we really did have a problem with it. I can't really remember anymore. I think it was kind of both. We had people who were grouchy about it, but I think we also just had a problem where we had too many tracks with an abundance of boost. I think that this is a track, along with a lot of the other tracks from this era of my track building catalog, that could have used some more boost. But outside of that, I really like how this track flows, like how it utilizes the environment. We're up in the top of the arcade, so we're going around all the vents and stuff. We're on the scaffolding and things. Rafters, whatever you want to call it. Up by the lights. Love the ending. That last couple corners is really fun because you have like... I like having a tight turn at the end because it really is going to test people. Like how well you take those corners can determine a race. So there's like last second passing available. And again, you can see I'm still using a lot of the magnets on the outside of the turns to help guide people around. The ramps are in play. More forgiving ramps, by the way, you'll notice. I have some space now for you to get on track before like a wall smacks the shit out of you. I really like how that corner flows. Feels very roller coaster-like. This transition is rough, and in some longer cars, it's not very good. And I'd say that's the only real problem. That's kind of the only way I was able to do it, if I recall correctly. There were issues with, like, clipping, the track clipping some stuff, like hitboxes for the track pieces and things. That's really the only jank on the whole track. Otherwise, I really am still pretty happy with how this track turned out. It's not my greatest work, but as like the banner track for a bread bowl, I think it was very good. It raced well. I really like how I used the environment. But yeah, so that's Jelly Jam. All right, go ahead and want to save the track? No. So I don't think they released in this order. Oh, you know what? You know what it was. This track was made before Pizza Plaza, Jelly Bean Jumps, Rocky Road, Bon Bon Blitz. All these. It was made before a lot of them, but I didn't release it. I didn't release it until Extraterrestrial. So it was a track that was made, but sat and waited to be released. And I went back and edited it a bunch over time. So the next actual track that I made and released wasn't Jelly Jam. It released later. It was actually Pizza Plaza. Pizza Plaza. Whoop. So this track, I believe the purpose of it was to utilize the Italy environment. It was my first track in this environment. It might be my only one. I don't remember if I've come back, actually. But it was meant to be an introduction to this environment. And also, around this time, I had seen, I believe it was TJ, was doing drift runs through Bread's Bakery and putting up really big numbers. And I was loving that. And so I said, okay, I'm going to make a track that really caters to the drifting game mode. Long drifting corners and stuff that like you can chain together to really drive up a big score. This is one of those tracks, that was kind of the objective I went for. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get me a water real fast, then we'll continue. Okay, I'm back. I don't want to tear up my voice too much. I needed some water. Pizza Palace. So yeah, I saw TJ doing drift runs, and so this track was made with drifting in mind. So the idea is like, look at these long drifty corners. This one is like a long to go all the way around the well. Nice drifty corner. Come up the cannon, a nice turn here. You can carry a nice long drift all the way down through this turn. And we kind of do a little bit of a zigzag. And then we have a nice drift right here. And we kind of just snaking around on the ground here. Whoops. So you kind of lose your drift right there, but this next section is also nice. Look, long drift, lots of boost there to build it up. They had the light barriers to kind of make the racing interesting. Ramps if you're going for speed, but if you're wanting to rack up the drift score, you just go around the outside of the corner, kind of like I did there on that turn. Nice, you'd get the car fully sideways there with the green strips. Kind of dodge around a little bit. This section was super fun to do on a drift run. hard drift one way, drift it back the other way, keep the slide going, and you go around the well again, this time up above it. And if you did a good job, you could carry that, oops, don't hit the wall like I just did, carry it all the way through this section of track, which I think, I still really like the way this feels. Come down right around the pizzas on the table. And keep the drift going all the way around the last corner. And I really ended up liking this track. I think this is kind of a sleeper hit for me. People don't really talk about this track much anymore, and it's one of those tracks that I feel like I actually accomplished exactly what I was going for with it. Again, it's races well, great drifting, and I'm ultimately pretty happy with how this one turned out. It's not a super noteworthy track. So I guess I understand why it's a bit forgettable, but for me personally, it stands out because I accomplished what I was hoping to accomplish, and that I made a track that really races well and also is good for the drifting game mode that was, in my opinion, criminally underutilized by the player base. It doesn't help that we didn't really have a whole lot of people playing the game, but, you know, it's still there. I wish we had used it more. We had 1 or 2 drift events, and they were fun. I had a good time with them. I kind of miss them a little bit. How far into the stream? We're already an hour in, so we'll see how much longer we go today. I went live today. I was originally supposed to be doing a Star Wars, The Old Republic stream with Dynasty 42 and Footloose and friends, but those plans unfortunately got canceled. So I've had this idea kind of brewing in the back of my head and decided we'll still stream. We'll just do this instead. In case you're wondering why we're here today. But yeah, not much else to say about this track. I think another thing, I guess the last thing to say is I really like how this turn right here gives you a great view of the pizzas on the inside of the corner. But yeah, not super noteworthy, but I think it did a great job for me accomplishing what I wanted it to accomplish, and that's why it sticks out to me personally. Next up is Jelly Bean Jumps. Now, this track was pretty decently liked by the people who... it had a lot of likes. This is my first track in the Accelodrome. I'll be honest. This is one of those tracks where I don't super love it anymore. It's always how I feel about it. And I guess I'm going to drive it now. Maybe I won't feel that way. Maybe I'll drive it right now and be like, oh, what am I saying? I actually really, really like this track. So I did the classic, or everybody goes through the wheel of power. That's the one. This one is definitely more of like for me, it's like a forgotten track. I think it does a pretty decent job utilizing the environment. I think there's another Accelodrome track of mine that does it better, personally. That corner is interesting. Then this is one of those first corners where I really start using the big, like, looping turns. They're kind of, like, that corner is kind of inspired by Rise Up, I believe. And a lot of my tracks do this as well. We have these kind of flat, upside-down sections with tighter corners. I don't love that transition that much. I think that's part of my issue. This section's fine. Go through the top of the Wheel of Power. Not a lot of boost, as you can tell. Kind of an issue with these tracks. Like I said, we were dealing with like an oversaturation of tracks that have way too much boost. So I tried to course correct. Be like, oh yeah, we can make great tracks without a ton of boost. And I don't know, like this track is not bad. That section's kind of whatever. It's not bad. It's just really not that noteworthy. This last corner is interesting, utilizing the environment there a bit. You know, it just doesn't feel very like. Also, hopefully I sound okay. I've been kind of talking away from the mic, but oops, sorry if it's not sounded the best. I'll lean into it a little bit more. I don't know. It just feels very like whatever. It's a track that exists to me. Other people seem to like it. It had a really decent amount of likes. But I don't know. Like at the end of the day, it's just one of like my personal, like, this track barely lives in my mind. I almost forget it exists a lot of the time. I don't think it's my most forgotten track. It definitely isn't. I think more people are aware of this track than a few of my others. But I don't know. This one doesn't strike me as like, super interesting. I was just trying to make a bunch of tracks for the Bread Bowl and just to build out my catalog. And then this one is just one of the rank and file tracks that exists, you know? It's not super interesting. It's not super unique. It's not like, terrible. It's not the most boring thing ever, but you won't see me like out here test driving it a bunch, you know? Not anymore. I can do a lot better than this. And in my opinion, I think I'll one up this in a later track. So, yeah. Anyway, we'll go ahead and leave. Okay, so next was Rocky Road. Rocky Road was my... This is the one on... Oh, okay. No. I remember what this track is. This track was supposed to be in the Bread Bowl. It was supposed to be my foray into rally tracks. This track is really forgotten because it had an issue. Oops. Give me a sec. Change vehicle. Get us another sip of water. What car do I want to drive? I'll just take the Civic out again. Okay. Here we go. What was the issue with this track? I think I remember what it was. We'll get to it in a second. I really like how it starts. This is, like... I tried again with the corkscrew, and I feel like I did pretty well with it this time. That corkscrew feels nice. It doesn't feel like complete dog ass, which is good. This section is interesting. We use the environment a lot more. Oh, I remember. So the problem with this track, the reason why it gets scrapped almost entirely, I think it got even removed from the Bread Bowl it was in, is if you had an issue and missed a checkpoint here, you respawned way back. Like all the way back at the top of this off-road section. Which, sorry guys, ignore this. I thought I added Nightbot. To get rid of this. But if I'm completely honest with you, I haven't seen Nightbot in chat. So I'm actually not sure if that worked. I was trying to keep those bot ads from showing up in my chat. I guess I'll have to take a look back at it. Oh, oops. Okay. All right, sorry about that. I wanted to delete that. Twitch view botting is cringe. I'll take my 4 viewers like a man. We own it. It's kind of a shame. I honestly really liked this track. Not like a ton, but I did really like aspects of it. Like this section was a lot of fun. This is another part though where like kind of janky. Like the magnets grab you and keep you from bouncing off the top, but it's not perfect. And also a crash there, the respawn's very bad. But I really like what I did with a lot of this track, and it's just unfortunate, like, the respawns were so rough that it just couldn't, I couldn't use it. I felt like it would be wrong to use it. Because then, you know, I've got the issue where, like, I didn't want someone's event or their race week ruined by a track with faulty respawns. So this is one of those tracks. I think this is one of my least liked tracks because I basically just shunned it. It released and basically went unused, if I recall correctly. I basically didn't touch it. But that's kind of why I'm doing this, you know, come back and kind of reflect. I end up making another rally track later, and it's a lot better. It's a lot more unique. This section of off-road, for example, people have used it a number of times in their tracks. My other off-road track is a lot more unique. It's better executed. It has some flaws, but it's better executed overall, and, you know, I think there was a lot to like with this track, but also its flaws, it couldn't be ignored. It would have been negligent to use it in meaningful fashion in this capacity, so I tended to not do so. Alright, we'll move on. Goodbye, Rocky Road. Till we meet again. Up next is another, this is another track using a new environment. This is Dom's Garage. And Bon Bon Blitz was... It was definitely... It was kind of a crunch time build. Bread Bowl was coming up, and I really wanted to make sure I had all the tracks I wanted to use ready to go. So this was kind of a crunch time build. If you get what I'm saying. Sorry, pardon me. I'm sleepy today. I'm a little tired. It's been a long week. What car do I want to drive? Muscle tone. Take the muscle tone. All right. So I really like the start. These opening turns are really fun. I like the way they feel. Good banking. I love this corner where you catch those inside magnets in a car that's drifty, like this one. You're right around the air intake on Dom's Charger. Then we go into the garage itself, and considering this track was kind of made in crunch time, honestly, I think it holds up pretty well. I remember the racing being really good. There's a couple of sections of track where there's no walls, and The racing got really crazy there. Utilized this type of thing where we jump out onto the wall. There's ramps there at the end, which is a problem because they pull you away. Like, if that makes sense. And in later tracks, you won't see me use those, like, landing ramps. I didn't really know that at the time, though. So they're there. I just compensated for it by moving the, like, launching point from the sideways ramp to the flat track in a way that made it not as bad. I would say the thing that is noteworthy about this track is how I used banking to make a lot of the corners feel better. To make it very raceable. This section was always super chaotic. People would boost and fly off the track, hit the wall. I remember this one being one of the more chaotic races in my group in the Bread Bowl. Yeah, I'd say that's definitely what it was. Like, this track has a great use of banking. Like, I love that turn. Just the way that it holds you to the inside of the corner. It's nice and smooth. And then this turn right here, you catch the inside and you just slide right on through. I hit that tire and flip over like an idiot. Don't mind me. Whoop. That's good stuff. This is one of those forgotten tracks. It's kind of like, it's not one of my newer tracks. I was really kind of pumping tracks out at this time. Making use of all the new environments. But ultimately, like, this is one that just kind of gets lost in the fold a bit. And I think this is one of the ones that stands up pretty well. I feel like it races pretty well. Has a pretty decent amount of boost on it. I feel like I'm not struggling for boost regen a whole lot on this track, which is good because at this time I was really going light on regen on a lot of tracks. There are sections where there's not a whole lot, like kind of here, but yeah, not a big deal. A lot of crashes and stuff through this section as well. I remember some awesome racing and some awesome crashing there. Woo. Yeah, again, I won't spend a ton of time. I think we'll go ahead and leave now. Not much to say about this track. This is just one of those just a rank and file track. There wasn't really much. Not like a super special name or anything. Just a normal track. And I think what makes it stand out to me is those the banking I use for those turns. I think is what stands out on Bon Bon Blitz. Next up is okay. So we had a themed finale for Street League where we were doing a sprint, like a point-to-point cup. And I called... The idea was that it's supposed to be kind of Halloween-y. I made a track with almost exclusively 180-degree turns. As you can kind of see, it just winds back and forth, back and forth. All the turns are big 180s and stuff. And because of that, I kind of like imagined like a rib cage. Which the track ended up being called Ribcage Rush. I ended up sucking on this track. I made it, and I crashed on it in the street finale. It ended up being my worst race of that street finale. Ironic. I was in La Fasta. So I'll take La Fasta with me. We'll do this run with La Fasta. We'll do just a single run. So we start in the van. I overboost there. Get this nice, really, really tight corner, but the magnets catch you, so it's not too bad. Same with this turn. Jump through the tire. And then I loved this section. The way I feel like I'm really happy with how this worked. Just from like a visual standpoint. You go up. I did not jump the barriers. And then here. And this is the first time I actually get this like transition right, where the magnets don't pull you off. Shout out to, I think it was Gunner and a few others. Were, oh yeah, this is a problem. Here's how you do it right. And that made it work. I like that run through the barrels, good time. And then this is where like a lot of skill was made. Like I didn't make the corner there. Hello, Gore. How you doing? Right here is where I crashed, if I recall correctly. And then last section there. And I ended up being really happy with this track. I think it fits the vibe we were going for, the Halloween vibe, pretty well. We used a lot of ghosts and stuff. Dark environment. Definitely overused the 180s, but like it fits the theme of the track, you know what I mean? Come to tickle my pickle. Thanks, Gore. It needed tickling. Thank you. Appreciate it. I loved this section right here, where you have to just be patient. Off-camber magnet corner. And then I reused this corner idea, but backwards. So, if you look at this, this is basically the Bread's Bakery section, but in reverse. So, I took that idea and from myself and reused it on this track. People really liked the track. I really like this section going the other way. Like if you run it in this direction, it's like, oh yeah, this is literally like, look familiar? Obviously right here it doesn't. But it's exactly the same. It's just the Bread's Bakery section in reverse. And I think it races really well. This served its purpose well. The Dead Mouse song, absolutely. It served its purpose well. You know, I don't really think any of these tracks from this finale are really like thought about at all anymore. So I understand why this one is kind of like lost to time. No one drives it, no one thinks of it. And I get it, but I'm still pretty happy with how this one turned out. The bane of my existence is Bread's Bakery. Was that the bane of your existence, Score? I don't remember it being the bane of your existence. Boop. Yeah, I'd say the big takeaway for this track was getting those sideways ramps and this transition right here. Right. That way going forward, I'm making stuff better. Ah, got it. Because people kill me every race going for it. Got it. Okay. Understandable. That's just collisions on racing for you, I suppose. But yeah, ultimately, I think this track holds up pretty well. There's a couple sections that are a little jankier, but I ultimately am pretty happy with how it turned out. And I'm still satisfied with the ending product. Unlike some of the other tracks I just talked about, I feel like this one definitely like holds up. So I turned down. Good luck, everyone else. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. I'll come up here and hit. Oops. Never mind. We'll call it there. So yeah, fun. That was for the street finale. Next is Banana Bonanza. Banana Bonanza was used in other finales. And once again, we return to the track room. This is my first track room track since Pita Palace. And it's been a little while since you've seen me do a track room track. And man, I feel like this one was pretty iconic, maybe? I don't know if anyone else agrees, but I feel like this track had some stuff on it, some tech and stuff that I was pretty proud of ultimately. You won this track? I didn't remember that. Uh which time did you win it? I don't remember which was this was raced in Nitrox, right? What am I doing? I'm going to go to favorites. We'll take Night Shifter out. With muscle tone. Okay, yeah. Ouch. All right, pretend that didn't happen. Pretend that happened. No, you didn't see that. You didn't see that. So I know that those magnets there can sometimes cause some jank for some people, but I really like how they felt. It felt like it's kind of like you're just trusting the magnets a bit to just kind of pull you around the turn. Oh, in Bread Bowl. It was in Bread Bowl. That's right. That's right. I really like how these corners feel with the magnets on them. It pulls you nice and like tight to the inside of the corner and keeps your speed up. And this section right here. So remember on the last track, Ribcage Rush, I talked about how the track building committee, I think Gunner and some other people were like, hey, when you put the ramps on the end of these magnet pieces and they're up sideways, it pulls you down and it kind of causes your car to pull away like behind the track. So I was like, okay, I'm going to make a track where the idea is to actually let it do that. So you kind of fall and it pulls you down like sideways and you land on the next track piece. You don't actually really have to aim, you just drive. And that weird physics thing does it on its own. And so it's where I turned like a problem on one track and turned it into a feature on another. And that's kind of what this is, right? So I don't touch. Oops. I mean, I didn't do anything wrong there. It just bounced weird. But you don't touch it. It just pulls you down naturally. And, I mean, you can aim a little bit. It's probably wise to do so. But the idea is that it does the work for you. It looks strange. When you understand it, it's pretty simple. Yes, yeah, Matthias really didn't like it because it didn't make sense. Matthias really did not like that section because he just could not. I had to make a video. I was like, look, you just drive. You don't touch your stick or anything. It literally will pull you to the track. He just didn't get it, which is fine, you know. But yeah, like my track was getting dogged on, but it's really a pretty simple thing. But yeah, once again, this is a track where like I learned more about utilizing the track I build around it in a way so you kind of have your own environment. That's why I use the loops. I have the all the elevation, the random the like, magnet pyramid jump type deal there towards the end. Oops. No real no rhyme or reason behind the name on this one. It's just a name. Sometimes there's reason. This one was not one of them. But yeah, I still feel great about this track to this day. I feel like it's not my best work, but I feel like it's up there. And I'm not disappointed with any of my track room tracks, I don't think. So, yeah, this one really hits that vibe. Like I said, you just go straight. And it'll pull you right down to it. It looks wild. It looks like it shouldn't make any sense. But, like, when you understand the physics with the magnets and those ramps, it's just natural. It's just on its own. It's, like, automatic. You don't have to do anything. And I think that's what makes it cool. This corner, I'd say I would reprofile it. It's a little weird. That turn, I think, is the only part of this track I'd say doesn't meet my standards of track building today, I'd say. But yeah, otherwise, I feel this track holds up very well, and I'm still very happy with it. It got used for all kinds of stuff. It was in finales. It was in the Bread Bowl, obviously. I'm Dead. But yeah, I'm really happy with this track. Every time I go to the track room, I end up feeling really good about it. So, all right. So after Banana Bonanza, I made Extra Crustrial. This was a secret track, basically, for the Jelly Jam Bread Bowl. And I'll be real. I think a lot of people still feel that this track holds up well. When we talk about tracks to add to like our street schedule and stuff like that, people in the track building committee, we still talk. This track finds its way into that conversation. It's going good. How you doing, Pato? I'm like not even halfway through my tracks, I think. But yeah, so here's Extra Crustrial. This was the first hanger track. And I recently raced it, and it still hits. I still really like it. There's a big cut in it that I didn't really think about until recently. But man, I still really do enjoy this track quite a bit. I like how it starts at an angle, and you kind of use that angle for the first turn, the banking. Getting this turn just right feels really good. It can be a little janky if you don't, though. I really enjoy that turn as well. Oh God! Wait a minute. Where am I? Okay, never mind. I mean, this section is pretty straightforward around the UFO. I just really want to go around it. There's a big cut there you can do if you go over the UFO. Fun fact. But not many people ever bothered to try it. What the fuck? That was weird. I'm finding all the weird stuff. That's right. We were looking at this track for the street finale, and one thing I did not know about is apparently this chunk of track is not snapped to the floor, which I did not know about I thought it was snapped to the floor, and it definitely is not. Most cars are not going to have an issue with this section of track, but there are tracks. There are tracks that, or are cars rather, that do have an issue here. And that is kind of part of why this track got cut from considerations for one of the finales. Is that it has that problem. I didn't even realize it for the longest time. Apparently, you have to be in like a really flat car or like a car with a really flat front in order for it to be an issue. But it does get stuck. You do get stuck there. So if I went back and made adjustments to this track, it would be right there. It would be that corner. This is one of my first tracks that really like embraces the jump tech for the first time. It's not too crazy, but it's enough to like give you some boost. It gives you a little bit of speed. Thank you, Pato. Thank you. I love this section because, again, I use a lot of the banking to make the corners flow well. And then, like, same thing up here. This is kind of like an off-camber turn, but then you have these last couple corners. This last turn feels really grippy because of the banking. Same with this first turn, so it almost isn't a turn. Like, it is, but it isn't. I love these like magnet corners. They just, the way they grip the wheels to the track is so satisfying. I love how that flows too. You kind of feel the car get light, like it gets airborne a little bit, but then it sinks right back into the track right at the next turn. So you kind of get the feeling that you're like lifting off, but you're not actually. It catches you right away and pulls you right back down. And hitting all the corners right is really satisfying too. This corner I really liked a lot. But this is the one that I love the way this corner flows. You get a lot of speed coming up to it, and then, I don't know, like, if you get it just right, that corner is super satisfying. You gotta slow down a lot, but if you get it just right, it feels super good. Boost early, get the double jump, get some speed out of it. And we have all these turns again where you can just ride the banking. Easy to get those lines right. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what I really like about it. It's like, it's just, this track feels so good to hit everything right. When you hit everything right, it just hits different. And that is truly, I think, what makes this track really good. I think is one of the best tracks from this era of my like track building. Like, right there with Banana Bonanza. This track just feels right. I mean, you get the corners right, it's super rewarding. It's fast. You feel fast. I mean, obviously, when you hit the wall like I'm doing, you feel like shit. But you know, right? Yes, that's perfect. That's the perfect way to put it. To YouTube, it doesn't see the chat. Pato said, not difficult by itself, but challenging to master. And I would say, yes, I agree. And I'm really happy that it turned out that way. It's hard to tell sometimes when you're making a track, like, how well it'll hold up. Oops. But yeah, I think this track does a great job of... It's not super difficult. You can run it blind and not have many issues, but getting it just right is a treat. And I get, like, lost driving in it sometimes. But yeah, one of my favorites. It still holds up. Excuse me. All right, we'll move on now. On to the next track. So the next track is in my catalog. It's Aces High, but we're not actually going to do Aces High next. You'll see I have a million like demo versions of this track. I made multiple saves or like doing edits and stuff. This is my first track where I used the witch magic to move the track into different environments and things in an effort to go beyond the budget. There's a lot of sections that changed over time, stuff like that. Like right here, here's a perfect example. On the 1.1 version of this track, there was a second spiral right here. I don't remember why I put it in. I think the point was to nerf Swifts a bit because they didn't like that. We ended up doing away with it, but yeah, this track had a lot of different versions. This is the first official team track that I got to build, and I wanted it to be perfect. So that's why there are so many versions of this track. There's demo, and then there's 1.1, and then there's 1.2. You can see I go back and forth on this first spiral. This is an interesting track because I actually like saved enough versions where you can kind of see like where it came from and how we ended up with the final version. Like adding different sections in, changing how I'm going to do stuff. I do away with the spiral here and replace it with the box turns. And just keeps filling it out. Like, I think one point... This transition was the toughest part of the whole track to get right. I had to redo it multiple times. Yeah. That's what became Aces High. It's named after an Iron Maiden song. But before I talk about Aces High, we have to talk about Where Eagles Dare, which is also named after an Iron Maiden song. This was a track that was made as like a demo, like an alpha build for like a team track. I didn't have a team at the time. I wanted one, and I got unlucky. I did not get lucky. I think it was Equalizers and Diamond Bombers that got to exist, and Aerial Aces had to wait a season. If that makes sense, we didn't exist, so we had to wait longer to get to exist. Let's see how's that lighting? Is that lighting better, or is that too bright? Let me know what you guys think. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, I think at this point it's kind of cool to have all the different versions of this track, just because it's one of the few times you can kind of see the progression of the build. Not often that I like leave the stuff behind to look at. You know what I mean? I guess the one time where that's okay is kind of see the charm. But yeah, so Where Eagles Dare was like a proof of concept. That's what it was. I wanted to prove. Oh, thank you. It's a HyperX. I can't remember the model, but thank you. I wanted to prove that I could do it. That I could like have a theme for a team track and I can like commit. I can make it. And I wanted to like prove to myself that I could do it and prove to others that I could do it so that I could have a team. Thank you for the follow, Pato. Appreciate it. So yeah. So one of the things I was really proud of is I loved how I did this beginning bit. The what is it? The double transition. Let me find a car. I feel like I should use one of my releases cars. We'll use Speed Slayer. It's gonna feel weird. I haven't driven. Actually, I'm not gonna drive Speed Slayer on this one. We'll drive Speed Slayer in a minute. We'll do, where's LaFosta? Give me LaFosta. Yeah, we'll do LaFosta. So I really liked how I did this double flip at the beginning. I feel like I got it super smooth, and I was very happy with that. And so when I made Aces High, I literally just copied. I took this track, I moved it to a different environment, and I deleted the entire track except for that beginning portion. Because I wanted to keep it, and I didn't want to have to rebuild it the exact same way as before, so I didn't. I just took this track, tore it apart, and started from scratch. But I kept the beginning portion. So the real build actually kind of started after that. So you can see I used the Banana Bonanza tech there. This spiral is kind of whatever. Very boring. I fully acknowledge that. So I just want to talk about this track itself a little bit before I get back on to Aces High. Big jump tech. Overcorrected. Yeah, it's not. It's not easy, and I knew it wasn't going to be easy, which is why I was like, I'm not going to do it again. I'm just going to take my old piece of track, and I'm going to make it again. And these corners were really well liked. I know a lot of people really liked how these corners felt because it felt super easy to get down to those ramps because of all the banking. And these last couple corners are super nice, and we're, boom, back at the start-finish line. And yeah, I really loved what I had with this beginning transition. It felt smooth. It still feels smooth. Transitions well, good distance up to the first corner, and so yeah, I wanted to keep that. I was like, I want that to be a staple for my team tracks. When I make a team track, I want it to be there. It feels like an acrobatic move, and that's kind of the whole point, right? The team is based on like fighter jets, acrobatic stuff. So we're flying through the sky, doing twists and flips and jumps and stuff like that, you know. And that was the whole theme, and I feel like I did a pretty good job executing that. This is like the proof of concept. Like, yeah, I can do this. I can totally do this. I can make an acceptable team track. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. I think I tried to submit this to the track building competition. I don't think it did very well because of the spiral, which I understand. The spiral kind of stinks, if I'm honest. Huge jump tech, which is pretty wild. It's such a big jump tech, I don't think you would see us use it at this point. And yeah, since I don't go over budget, the track is a bit shorter. Aces High is a long track. One of the only like knocks against it for a lot of people is how long that track is. Yeah, I still think this track holds up pretty well. But when you compare it to Aces High, I think like people in three corners make a spiral. Yeah, I know. But when you compare where Eagles Dare to Aces High, like I feel like the difference is night and day. I am still very happy with this track. Like to this day. Look at the budget. I've more than doubled the budget allowed. Man, I love this track. I still love this track. I love the way it flows. Lots of jumps and stuff. It just feels great. I'm still super happy with it. The team did really well on it. Like, it just accomplished everything I wanted it to. And now we'll get Speed Slayer out. Because this is the track I raced. I raced Speed Slayer on this track. Let's come back here. We'll hit the boosh pay. So yeah, it's the exact same start as Where Eagles Dare. Like, I changed nothing. It's the exact same jump, except at the top here, I was like, I want to go the other direction. And I really liked how that section went. 3K budget, no modules, yeah. This track is huge. I really love some of the stuff I pulled with this track. We have this again. It's kind of like a signature tech of mine at this point. I was using it all the time. Kept one of the spirals. This one feels pretty good. Come out of it with a good bit of boost. I love these long bank turns. Hit that inside wall. And then I love this inversion here. It took me so long to get this right. But it was super rewarding when I finally got it. Got ghosted. I was using ghosts and light barriers on all my tracks at this time. It was another one of those things where I just kind of made it a signature of sorts. And I know a lot of people were not a huge fan of the length of this track, but man, I still love it. And this is what I replaced the triple spiral with. I replaced it with those box turns. Love the way that corner flows. And then this section right here is like one of my favorite corners on all my tracks. You kind of boost in, boost really hard the other direction, and then you whip it back the other way. It's like a chicane. I really like how I pulled that off. I spent so many hours on this track. Like, it's impossible for me to not love this track. I have such a strong connection to it. It was my first team track for my team. We won this season with this team track. And I just spent tens of hours on this thing. I worked so long, so hard on this track. And like it's a marathon. Like, it's a grindy track. It's super long, but I wanted it to be a track that I wanted to really grind and get fast on, and I just loved it. Everything I tried, I think I pulled off well. Excuse me. I had a lot of patience to just make it flow just right. Oops. I fucked that up. And yeah, I'm still happy with the end product. I think it really captures the idea of the team well, and it's just a really well-made track. I know, obviously, I'm super biased. I don't want to say that I peaked with this track, but I will say that I had a crazy, crazy long track building block after this one. I was so satisfied with this track that I had a hard time building tracks for an awful long time afterward. When I build something I'm truly abundantly satisfied with, I just have a hard time coming back from it and making something else. And this is exactly what happened with this track. I was just so happy with it that I was like, man, how do I one-up this? Like, where do I go from here? You know, and I will point out that we've kind of gone out of order. There's a whole bunch of tracks that came out between Where Eagles Dare and Aces High. This is a lot later in my track building journey, but, you know, I got to this point, and I made this track, and I was just like, well, now what? You know? When you make something you're truly, really, really proud of, sometimes it just feels it's very hard to move on. It's like, and I'm glad you can relate, Pato, because it was a tough thing for me to move on after this track. It was really hard. Anywho, it's a long one, so I won't do Whatever. I'll just finish the lap. I can't help myself. I can't help myself. I can't help it. I gotta finish it. We're gonna finish the lap. I remember how exciting the race was. I think me and Bizor were having like I think it was me and Bizor having an insanely close race here, all the way down to the wire. The post Devil's Dungeon dry out was like that. Like, how do I get over this? How the F do I peek over that? Yeah. No, man, I feel that. I really struggled to like move forward after this track. I really did. And I guess it's like the only downside to just doing so good. I don't know. Drove this track a lot when I was building Swordfish. Oh, really? That's cool. U-turn feels perfect. Yeah. Thank you. I put in so many hours on that track, man. So many hours. Like, and I'm very glad that I did. I think it really shows that I put a lot of time into it. I think that's why, like, it's like the only time where like Dandoob saying that a track sucks bothered me. You know, because it's like it's Dandoob. He always has like this whatever. Like, he just always is just contrarian, just to be that way. The only time it bothers me is like this track's. Like, I hate this track. And I always have a hard time remembering. It's like that means it's good. It's long, which I totally understand that. One of his critiques is that it's a really long track. And I totally get that. But I don't know. I love this track. I'm really happy I put a lot of time into it. Also, the challenge of trying to do something that feels different after it. Yes. Yeah. I super feel that. Because you want to do something else, but how do you change something that felt fucking peak? Yeah, no, dude, you're spot on, man. I feel that. That's totally how it was. Sorry, dog runs too outside. Okay, get off the rug. Go, Sorry, okay, I'm back. No, I really feel that. Like the track building block. Yeah, his statements over really made me disappear. Yeah, I had to deatomize and then reatomize real quick to process that. Yeah, I imploded. Dog wanted to go outside, so I'll let him go out. Yeah, moving on from Aces High was tough. But yeah, so moving on, I will now move on. So after Where Eagles Dare came out, there was a bunch of tracks that came out before Aces High. Aces High is way down the line, like in the timeline. The reason why I was here is because I was reusing a file. I was reusing this file to make it. So the Exhaust Fan was next. This track, this ended up being a straight track. And the overhead view of it is, it cannot overstate the difference between Where Eagles Dare, where like there's tons of elevation, ups and downs and stuff, versus the complete flat abyss that is the Exhaust Fan. The Exhaust Fan is super flat. There is almost no elevation when you look at it on the track map, but I will still argue that this track is it flows really well. Where's my Corvette? There it is. So, an interesting one. I actually had this track. Oops. I had this track mostly built, and then the file corrupted. It got soft locked, I believe it was. Not corrupted, it was soft locked. And I had to start over. And honestly, I'm really impressed that I was able to bring this track back to the way it was pre-soft lock. I had to redo everything, and I somehow got it like exactly the way it was before the soft lock occurred. Or did it? Wasn't the whole thing? I don't remember. Maybe it was just the ending bit that soft locked that I had to redo. I don't remember anymore. It's been such a long time. This was a street track, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I forgot about the boosting here. Hi, Dan. How you doing? Not the greeting I was expecting, but hello. Welcome in. Yeah, so this section, I know for sure I had to redo this section, the ending portion. And I'm really happy with how it turned out at the end of the day. I really liked this corner quite a bit, followed by this one being the last corner. Because if you get it right, I feel like you gain a lot of time. But yes, this was meant to be a very safe kind of track, because street was collisions on, and we were getting to a point where everything in Acceleron was collisions off. So it's why there's not a whole lot of elevation or really anything super crazy going on. But I'm still I'm very pleased with how this track turned out. Even though there's like zero elevation, I feel like it races pretty well, all things considered. Oh, you think this is your first street race? Oh, that's cool. I forgot about that. Loved the corners to the vents there. I had to redo this multiple times because I kept flying off of it. I got the angles and the double mags just right. And I really like this section through the vents. You kind of have, weave through there, which is very nice. And yeah, so my original design of this was very similar to this ending portion that got soft locked. I'm honestly impressed they managed to remake it about the same way as I did the first time. I'd say it was like the one crowning achievement is that I didn't lose this track entirely after the soft lock. It's not like super noteworthy, but I think it's pretty solid for what it was trying to accomplish, which was be like a solid Street League submission. You know what I mean? I think it did a good job of that. All right, we'll go ahead and back out. Take a look at the next one. Are you sure I want to leave? Yes. Do you want to save? No. No, I do not. Oh, yes. Nice. Okay, cool. So, next few tracks are, they were made for an event. I think it was Dandube's event. Me and Gunner made tracks for this. It was the NASCAR themed event where everybody was racing muscle tones. And for part of it, I wanted to make more track recreations. Where I take a real world track and I adapt it to Hot Wheels. And that's what this is. I made two different versions. I made the original version, which is just straight up like the Watkins Glen layout. No crazy stuff. basically is turn for turn Watkins Glen International. And then I did this version, which has like a runoff section, and it has like it has a jump in it, so I could do grandstands and then like a runoff there on the second to last turn. And yeah, Pato, the reason why I'm doing this is I want to build a couple more tracks before I announce the Bread Bowl. So I'm kind of like wanting to go through my catalog and kind of just reflect on all of it, to kind of be honest with myself how I feel about these tracks and stuff, but also to give me some inspiration to like get it back in there and make some new tracks and stuff. So we'll race sorry, give me just a second. My nose exploded. No one wants to see that. Okay, sorry. Perfect track name for a track. If you're taking submissions, I'm gatekeeping. Oh, okay. I'm definitely gonna take submissions, but spoiler alert for those of you watching, get a little spoiler. The majority of the track list for the next Bread Bowl is going to be determined by the wheel. I'm going to take a bunch of tracks, I'm going to put them on the wheel, and I'm going to spin the wheel, and that will determine a good chunk of the track list for this Bread Bowl. I kind of want to... What I love a lot about the Bread Bowl is the chaos, and I really want to lean into it by letting the Wheel of Fate determine more than just the groups. So, yeah, if you want to make a track, by all means, go for it. I would love it. But it might get stuck in wheel purgatory, and it might not get used. But we'll just see. I'll take them, though. If you make it, I promise, bare minimum, it'll be on that wheel. Bare minimum. Alright, so let's do... So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to skip this version of Watkins Glen, because they're the same, except this one uses a jump and has some extra bells and whistles on it. So we're just going to use this version. I will not bother showing off the other one. Also, when I say crazy inspiration, tons of work, this is not what I'm talking about with the track room. This is a little different. We'll do Muscle Tone Gaming. Where is my Muscle Tone? Muscle Tone. Where are you? Okay, it must not be favorited. Where are you? Muscle Tone. Muscle Tone. Where are you? There you are. Okay. Yeah, so I went back and was like, all right, let's make some more... let's make some more tracks that resemble, or like do more track remakes. Oh, that's right. This track was made to have multiple, like, racing lines. Oh, shit. Oh. I was looking at chat. Don't chat and drive, guys. That right there is why, people looking at chat while they stream, like, in a car is diabolical. So, yeah, we get the downhill to turn 1. And then we go up through the S's. And then we're running like the sports car version where we actually drive through the boot. Here's the bus stop chicane, followed by the carousel. Then we go down into the boot. It's like the top of it. Here's the toe, right here. We have the uphill, down to the heel, which is like the sharper corner. And then this is the back of the boot. And then we have this corner. Woo. See, you could run that last corner really wide and get a bunch of boosts and stuff, but it comes with like a risk. So the whole gimmick with this was like, there's multiple racing lines and multiple ways to take the track in like an effort to create passing zones and stuff. And in that way, I feel like I've done a really good job of like recreating like the essence of Watkins Glen International. But also like Hot Wheels Unleashed-ifying it. So I'm very pleased with how this one turned out, if I'm honest. But yeah, so go ahead and not much else to see here. I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. I still feel pretty strongly like I feel like I did a good job with that recreation. And then that's right, I did not make another one for a minute. I did some other stuff first. So next is Rye Rally. Rye Rally was used in the league. I think it was a Nitrox track. You were my 101st follower, Pato. It was actually Psycho. Psycho was my 100th. You're 101. I'm not sure if it's updated on your end. Or maybe someone unfollowed. I'm not sure. But yeah, you're 101. 101's a cool number too. But yeah, I hit 100 off stream and was like, oh, that's kind of awkward. It's like I wasn't even live to celebrate it. I just logged on one day and saw that I was at 100. I was like, what happened? Who was the 100th? I was like, oh, it was Psycho. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Rye Rally. So after the disaster that was Rocky Road, I came back for a second attempt on a rally track. Yes. Yeah, Rye Rally is mine. This track was made with one car in mind. I wanted to make a track that really, really, really suited rally cars and off-roaders, which has some side effects that make the track kind of worse, if I'm being honest. Open membership, you fucking want to buy you Taco Bell. I don't even know if I can, if I'm honest. I think I have to be like partnered, and I'm not. I have to look into how that works. There you are. Yes. Yes, this is the Splizoo line race. Yes, it is. Yeah, yep. So this is the car that he used as like the baseline for this track. I was like, I wanted to make a track where this was the best car on there. So it lacks a lot of boost regen because these cars have great boost regen. And I was, yeah, the Splizoo line has you going through here like a lunatic. In case if you don't remember. The tacos via pigeon. Yes. I would actually be pretty hyped if I just had a taco show up via pigeon. So yeah, the idea was I wanted the track to be really, really good for a bar boost off-roader. Why? I don't know. I was just like, this is the vision. I wanted to make an off-road track that really suited these cars. And I was like, if it's really good for the Quattro in Boost Bar, then I think it'll be a really good off-road track. The tricky thing is, because I did it this way, there is a the track is bone dry. There is no boost regen, and I would say that's the one flaw this track has. But I really... Oops. Wow. I didn't think I was going to clip that. I really like how I utilized the off-road, though. I think I used it so much better than I did on Rocky Road. Rocky Road used the off-road in a very unoriginal way. But this track, Rye Rally used it way better, I feel. Oh, yes. We'll do Airstorm. Give me just a second. I really like those corners flow in this car. They were, like I said, this was the intended car for this track, and I do feel like it races best with it. Okay, let me take a peek at something here. Sorry. Ooh. Thank you. Sorry, I'm checking a couple things. Okay. Sorry about that. Airstorm sent me something very cute. Yes, Gore, that's precisely right. And you know, honestly, I do feel like this is a solid rally track. It just, if I were to go and make changes to this track, I think I would go in and put more boost on the track. More boost pads, and all kinds of stuff. Just, I think, that would be very helpful. Is more boost gen. Woo! But yeah, I think I still fuck with this track. It's not the best. It's not my best work, but I think for what it is, it was a little bit more. But let's see. Oh, gotcha. I think it's substantially better than Rocky Road. The track functions just fine, and that's good. But yeah. But yeah, that was another track that was heavily affected by the trying not to use too much boost thing. All right, yes. Yes. Man, this track has been used quite a bit. This is one of, I'd say, my best works. It's not perfect. There's a couple sections I don't love about it, but man, I really, 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 really like what I accomplished with Crepe Coliseum. The idea was that you're in, like, an arena, kind of like a motocross, right? Where, like, people are watching from outside of it, and the whole track is contained in this, like, space, if that makes sense. In this arena, Coliseum, obviously, hence the name. And it was meant to be the successor to Pita Palace. So Pita Palace was like the OG, and then Crepe Coliseum is like the masterwork version of that. And this is definitely one of my best tracks, in my opinion. I tried a lot of stuff. I did tons of decoration. like the arrows, all the border arrows like here and here. We have like track chicane. Yeah, Peter was the OG gauntlet. Yeah. I agree. And then this track stepped that up, in my opinion. And man, I really do like this track quite a bit. I'm still very happy with it. This is another one of those tracks where I came out of it and was like, man, how do I like what's the next step? What do I do after this track? You know, I was super proud of this one. I really put it all on the line. We'll do this one. Excuse me, my apologies if you heard that. Sinuses are acting up. Another long track. My track room tracks end up being very, very long. Woo! I feel like I did a really good job with that transition. And I really love this corner complex right here. I kind of overturned on the first one, but I really love the way that flows. It's like a chicane. I do that a couple times on this track. And we have the Cobalt's sphere stuff again, where you can fly off and end up on a lower track. I love that concept, so I brought it back again, since this is the successor to Pita Palace. Oof. Oof. I'd say this corner right here that we just came through, probably one of the roughest sections of the track. I'd say it was maybe like the only part of the track I think it was like haphazardly put together. These corners right here are really, really challenging. They like make or break people's races, how well you get on and off of those ramps. Get one more for the road. And back down to the start-finish line. Yeah, I was just feeling super ambitious. I wanted this to be like... This was like the finale track for a Bread Bowl. And I wanted the finale tracks to Bread Bowl to always feel really big. Like, I wanted it to feel like this is the finale. This is like what you're working towards. This is the end game, you know? I wanted it to ramp up to this, and so I always try to make tracks that were big and ready to fulfill that role as like the track. So that's what I was going for. And yeah, we got 8 people in here. Thank you all for stopping in. I appreciate it. I'm gonna try and stream more often. So I hope you're having fun. I'm gonna stream all kinds of stuff. Today we're doing Hot Wheels, but tomorrow could be Mecha Chameleon. I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow. I can tell you I won't be live tomorrow. I'm going to a concert. But next time I stream, it could be Mecha Chameleon. It could be The Adventures of Bo Jiden on Star Wars, The Old Republic. It could be Rocket League, which is something I want to stream some more of. Woo! I saved it. So I hope maybe tank game. Maybe tank game. I don't know. You yank my chain enough, maybe eventually I'll cave. Maybe eventually I'll cave. We'll see. I'm low on storage right now. It's the big hang up. That's why I haven't been doing any breadcasts, is I'm low on storage and I have to rearrange my storage before I can do more breadcast episodes. I guess I could do one live if I really wanted to, though. We'll see. But, But yeah, let's see. Oh god, I fucked it up. Anyway, yeah. So I am not gonna beat a dead horse with Grape Coliseum. I really, really enjoyed how this track turned out with all the like wall decor and everything. It feels like I really, again, it's the kind of like Ace's Eye. I really like, put it all out there, and yeah, I do need to clear it. Like with everything up on YouTube, I do kind of need to just clear out the old broadcasts. Keep the bloopers so I can make the blooper video one of these days. But I need to get rid of the full episodes since they're up on YouTube. As long as they don't get taken off of YouTube, then I don't like lose anything. So that's really what needs to happen. But I digress. All right. Let's move on to the next track. It's fun to be on this one. I have very fond memories of Grape Coliseum. It's been used a lot. I hope people have enjoyed all the times we've been on this track over the last couple years. Because it means a lot to me, just from all of the effort I put into it. Okay, Animax, I get it. You're getting on Hot Wheels Unleashed. Good grief. I don't know if his game keeps crashing or what. It keeps popping up on my Steam. I gotta find out how to turn that off. That way people aren't, like, bombing my stream. They're not bombing it, but... Okay. Okay. Sorry, I was just checking a couple things on Discord. Yes, the art is very cute. I will be using that, like, as soon as next stream. Who knows? I might not. My Twitch profile picture is probably not going to be a stock image of sliced bread next time. She's been cooking. It's very, very nice. We need to do the Roblox K9 Mountain Expedition. I'm not opposed. That honestly sounds somewhat interesting. Yeah, she is cooking. I'm very pleased. Yes. See, I've asked her to make a fugi. So I hope she will. I think I kind of described it to her, so hopefully in the future I can get one. It would be really cute. Okay, so after those tracks, we have Martinsville NASCAR. This track is for the Dandoob event, and it's basically Martinsville is a track that's basically a paperclip. It's a tiny oval, and the idea is that there's a lot of beating and banging in the corners, and so it's like this is not exactly a build to be proud of or anything. It was all about functionality. In this case, for Dandoob's NASCAR event, it was meant to be, the track this short, you don't want it to be just 3 laps. So how do you make this last longer? Well, you just repeat the same thing over and over and over again. That way, you get the feeling of having multiple laps on Martinsville instead of just doing it 3 times. So that's what this is. It's nothing crazy. Hello, hi TARDIS. Kevin, hello. Welcome in. Hey, TARDIS and Kevin, thank you for following. I appreciate it. How are you all doing this evening? Thank you for stopping by. He didn't have to, so I appreciate that. Dan, thank you. I don't have a way to do shout-outs, but if you guys, those of you who do not follow Dan, we were going to stream with him today, but misfortune occurred. So go follow him as well if you have a chance. We have a good time there. Yes, the cult is growing. The bakery is getting fuller. Time to get it. It's time for me to get a crazy ego. Watch out, guys. I have triple-digit followers. Holy crap. I'll allow it. Open my membership. I don't think I can. I'm not affiliated. I have to, yeah, as I say, I need to get affiliate so that it can be open. I don't think I can open it without affiliate, so. Okay, so, yeah, nothing really to see here. It's just a paper clip. But, you know, it was for an event, so, you know, it makes sense. All right, so we'll go ahead and back out and take a look at the next track I made. The next one up is... Okay, so this is unreleased. So, yeah. So I need to have, like, consistent viewers. And, yeah, I have to stream a certain amount of hours in a month. So, yeah, welcome to Darlington. Now, I feel like I should show you guys what Darlington looks like in real life, so you kind of understand. This is U.S. Darlington. Raceway. Okay. So this was like the first oval in the South, and the noteworthy thing about it is that turn 1 and turn 2 are wider than turns 3 and 4, which are much more narrow and closed off. It makes the track very unique, and it's super, super old. It gives it a lot of history and stuff. So I wanted to try and recreate that in Hot Wheels. And this is an unreleased track. I couldn't get it right. And I ran out of time before the NASCAR event to get it right. So you're kind of getting like a look at a track that never existed. I gave up on this. It's super bad. I just couldn't get it right. I really wanted it to feel like the actual track, and what I got was just kind of a janky mess that wasn't really fun to drive or felt like the actual track. So this is one of those, like, it didn't happen very often, but this was definitely like a failed experiment for me, you know. And Dan, if you want to learn this game, I certainly have no problem teaching you. Yeah, this is definitely, this is like a lost media. This is one that tried to exist, and it failed. I could not get it to work right. I could not line everything up. It's just uncanny feeling. And so I just, you know, I gave up on it. I kind of just gave up on it. So it's here. It kind of exists, but I didn't feel a point in trying to progress this any further. I ran out of time, and it just wasn't quite right. And, you know, even though it's an oval, I still have standards that I try to live up to with my track building. So I was just like, this one will just be kind of left. But yeah, you guess, you know, fun thing about this series that we're doing today on stream is you get to check that out. Next is the calzone. The calzone. And my goodness, this is one of my favorite track builds of all time. I still thoroughly enjoy everything about this track. I love the way it flows. The corners feel amazing. The track loops over itself back and forth, and that's kind of how it, like I said, when you work in the track room, you're building your own environment, kind of. Some people actually take time to build like structures, but I just build around my own track. And I really feel like I just nailed it with the calzone. I think the idea came from. I think the idea for this name. I think it was Wampy. Shout out to Wampy. Came up with the name for this. I'm pretty sure it was Wampy. Around this time, there was another track that I wanted to make called New York Slice. I think that was the idea for that one came from Animax. I never got around to making it. Maybe one day I will, but right now it doesn't exist. Okay, here we go. I love this track, and it starts from the very, very beginning. I love this first turn a lot. You just full turn, it's full boost all the way through, gives you enough to carry over into the next corner. Ooh, I kind of botched that corner a little bit. And we just start kind of weaving back and forth underneath the track. It's a fun magnet turn. Again, you just kind of full speed through there. A little bit of patience at this turn. And I love these full boost U-turns with the arch lights. I don't know how to explain it, man. This is one of those tracks where everything just feels so perfect. And if someone told me, like, Brad, this is your magnum opus. Like, you made some bold tracks, but, like, the other thing is, like, this track's not too long either. Like, my other really good tracks are very long. This one is not that long in comparison. And I feel like I cooked. And the other thing that, like, I thoroughly enjoy about this track is this was, like, one of the first tracks where I was like, screw it. Lots of boost is fun. Lots of boost is a good time, so we're going to use a lot of boost. And it feels super rewarding because of that, I guess. Like, there are sections where you slow down, like that last corner, but there's also plenty of boost to help you go really, really, really fast. And I just adore it. Not to, like, glaze my own track too much, obviously. But in comparison to some of my other tracks, right, I definitely have, like, critiques to make. Woo! I really don't have any criticisms, like, personal criticisms on this track. You know, it's one of those things where I feel like the stars aligned. And I just made a track that it just feels perfect. And I don't think I was dealing with track fatigue before and after this, like builder's block. But man, I'm just, yeah. Oh shit. Okay. You didn't see that. I am just more than happy. I'm just super, super pleased with this track at the end of the day. Like, I don't even understand how I made it feel so good. Every time I drive it, I feel like it's a very rewarding experience, and it's super smooth. And, you know, I don't want to beat a dead horse and say the same thing over and over. But this is one of my all-time favorite tracks that I've built. And I kind of, from like a driving perspective, like there's no decorations or anything. Purely from like the enjoyment of driving it, I feel like this is one of my like peak building experiences that I'm always trying to chase. And sometimes I reach that level, and sometimes I just don't. And I'm very happy with this track. Love the loops. I tried the little track dismount right here, and it feels pretty natural, even in a rocket. The bounce isn't too bad. Yeah. This is good stuff. I don't know if everyone feels the same, but that's just me. That is just me. One of my favorites. What can I say? If you don't appreciate it, maybe try driving it again. maybe you like it. Maybe you like it a bit more. Or at least maybe you'll see why I like it so much. I mean, look at it. Even the like overview looks super cool. Like how do you not love that track? It just looks awesome. Yeah, I love the coloring. It just looks super good. It really does. I just love everything about it. Oh, I love a good story. I love a good story. Bread blinders. Yep. So, one day I was like, I think Dinosaur Museum is the worst environment to build a track in this game. This environment stinks. It's awful. Okay, camera this way. This environment, this way. Whatever. It sucks. It's the worst environment in the game by a landslide. You either build around the giant T-Rex and do the cliche thing where you go through the mouth or drive around the feet, or you are building your track in a part of the map that is like the lighting is so bright that you're blind the whole time. So I was like, I'm going to challenge myself. I'm going to try and make a track that's good, that does not use that dinosaur, because every single track uses it. I was like, is it possible? Can it be done? And this is what I came up with. And it's called Bread Blinders because the lighting in the area where I built the track is so bright. Look at this. You can't see shit. The glare. Okay, it's not too bad in this direction. The glare is insane, bro. It's insane. It's so bad. It's so bad. I don't even know how, like... There's a reason why no one wants to build here. It's so just not good. It just isn't... It's not a good environment. But... For what it... I mean, look at this! You can't even see the strips, bro. Like, I don't use the big dinosaur over there. Right? Can I even get to the camera? I can't get to the camera. There's the big dinosaur everyone normally builds around. And this room is not too bright. But if you try and build in any other room at all, you're left with the blinding lights. Like, look at this. You can't see a thing. It's super bright. That being said, I think I did make a pretty good track here, all things considered. It doesn't really use the environment. It just kind of drives around it, you know? It's a solid track. The only problem with it is, yeah, like Gord just said, you get flashbanged. If you're on this track, you are basically having a hard time seeing. Like, we're going around the dinos. I'm making the, you know, the most of the display. Like, I'm using the displays as best I can, right? Like, I'm trying to use the environment to make a track that is good. And then for the most part, it is a good, like, functioning track. I just wish that I could see. If I went to a dinosaur museum IRL and it looked like this, I would die from depression on the spot. Unless there was a Hot Wheel track going around the place. Yes, I agree. There's like nothing going on. There is so much empty in this museum. It is kind of depressing, honestly. There's so much empty space. It is sad. But yeah, I mean, you know, the environment aside, ignore my terrible driving, I do think this track does well, you know. And I feel like the idea was to use the environment. I don't really use the environment that much. We drive around it. Like, I go around this dino a couple times here, and, you know, so we do utilize the environment a little bit. But this is one of those tracks where it's like, it's a good track that would be good in any environment. It just happens to be in the blinding lights of the museum. You know what I mean? On God, it looks like some whack-ass room to store clay figures for the real museum. Yeah. Agreed. There should be some more texture, colors. I don't know, brown floors with footprints. Yeah, I agree. So, yeah, we get the IRS waiting room with a T-Rex. Thank you. Yeah, that's the one thing. That's like, it's got a good flow to it. The track has got a good flow to it. I feel like I did a good job with the track. You can't, like, I can't see anything on the, like, the track is blinding, but I feel like at the end of the day, it's a solid track in a bad environment, which is, kind of what I was aiming to do. And in that regard, I can say that this track is a success, in my opinion. Like, it's a success. Mission accomplished. We're blind. Our eyes don't work anymore. You know, you see stars after the session. But, you know, the track is good, in my opinion. It's not legendary. It's not one of my best works, but it's a good track. And that was what the goal was. That was the challenge that I gave myself, and I think I executed it pretty well. I really like this section here. And the corners that lead up to it. This turn is really nice. This is a nice corner with a good bit of skill to it. But you've also got the magnets there to catch you. I think it's a good track. I think it is a good track. All things considered. Okay. So, now I'll save everybody's eyes, and we'll get off of that track now. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You gotta get eye surgery now. You gotta go get LASIK. Ah, yes, it's time for the PT series. So, I've done this one time. I was like, okay, I'm gonna try and make a series of tracks. And they're gonna be called the Pop-Tart tracks, where I kind of make them quickly, and I name them after a Pop-Tart flavor. And it was something I wanted to do multiple times. I did one series, and then never did it again. And 4 tracks were made from this. Those tracks are Blue Raz PT EX. So Blue Raz Pop-Tart EX, which Blue Raz Pop-Tart was a track I made in the first game. And I said I want to take that idea and expand on it here in the second game. And then I made other counterpieces like Brown Sugar PT, Cherry PT, and Unfrosted PT. And what this group of tracks is a mixed bag of variety, if you ask me. The quality is all kind of mixed. I see what you guys think. It's been a while since I think anyone's really driven these tracks, except for one of them, which I'll get to in a minute. So first one is Blue Raz Pop-Tart. We'll drive a Curlworks La Fosta. Sorry, one second. Okay, just checking something. All right, here we go. So, Blue Raz Pop-Tart in the first game had a lot of elevation and stuff. No. Petey's named Petey. He's named after Petey the Piranha from Mario, not my tracks, you silly goose. Petey is named after Petey the Piranha because he had a barky ass meow when we found him because he ran his voice like ragged. So nothing too crazy yet, but this track I think really takes off right here after this turn. I wanted to have a track with a lot of elevation, a lot of flowing motion. So we have these jumps here. And a nice fan turn. I don't use fans as much anymore. I usually use magnets. And then I love this jump right here. You go all the way up the escalator, and we have the inversion here. I boosted too early there. And then if you want, you could do a jump tech right here. I don't have the boost for it. It's kind of a risky one. And then we have this section right here. So the idea was to do a series of jump techs. It didn't really work. Then you have this really tall corner, and that corner is great as long as you're not in a heavy duty or a monster truck. Because if you're in one of those, your car tips over, which is unfortunate. It is a building error. But like, look at that. That corner is entirely sideways. You just kind of have so much speed going into it, it holds you to the track. It's not something I need to do more of. I do not call him Pop-Tard. What? No. He's my baby. He's my baby boy. Oh, my Petey. My Petey Piranha. I don't know where he went. I haven't seen him in a minute. He's probably on the couch right in front of me. I just can't see him from where I'm sitting. So, I really like this track because it does a good job of capturing the essence of Blue Raz Pop-Tart from the first game. In, like, the fact that it's got crazy jumps and it's very up and down, lots of, like, lots of jumping, lots of up and down corners, fall tech, stuff like that. And so I think this is a success in that regard. There we go. I did the jump tech there. You get a little bit of extra speed. And I feel like the way to do this section is to boost off of that, then jump tech down that a little bit, and then you get this corner. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like I did a good job capturing that feel from the first game version of this track. So in that regard, I think this was like a successful Pop-Tart track. The next one on the list is Brown Sugar PT, and I'm going to be real with you. This is the best one of this series. I really, really like what I did with Brown Sugar PT. Everything is another one of those tracks where everything feels right. Like, Jelly Bean Jumps was my other Accelodrome track at the time. And this track uses the environment better. And the track quality is better. It's more memorable. I really, really like this track. This is the best one of this series by a good bit, I do believe. I'm pretty happy with it. Let's do a test lap, change vehicle. This time, we'll do Maelstrom. Let's do Maelstrom run. So yeah, we start on the floor. The Metal Maniacs area on the side. Then we come up this ramp, which I feel is pretty well marked. Follow all the cones and stuff. The cones are also killer, but you know, that's beside the point. I really like how this corner flows. Feels pretty nice, natural. You get a bunch of boost, and then we get this turn where it's very fast, and you have the magnet on the outside to catch you. Excuse me, pardon me. Nice run through the ramp. Then we go up into another one of these turns. Oop, keep bouncing off the wall. And these are just nice, wide, flowing corners that are just very satisfying to drive on, in my opinion. I really do enjoy it a lot. I love how I use the magnets here to really catch you through those tight, winding corners. They feel really fast, even though the corners are technically tight and, well, technical. Last couple hairpins, make some passes there. Boom, that's a lap. And we've used this track in the league a few times, and I think that it is proven to be one of my better tracks. I didn't expect it to, but honestly, like, it just drives very well. It drives very well. It is easily the best track from the Pop-Tart series. Easily. And the most memorable. And I think that is... I'm glad that it is. This track... It does a good job of using the Accelodrome. The Accelodrome is a kind of a tougher environment to use. It doesn't have a whole lot going on, kind of like the museum. It has more, but I feel like I do a really good job of utilizing the environment here, and just a good track on top. So yeah, this is a track that I feel very good about. Looking back on things. And I'm never disappointed when I see this track come up, like, in a playlist. It's like, oh, we're going to Brown Sugar PT. Like, I know I'm in for a great race. It's a competitive race. It's close racing every time. I love it. I really do. Hopefully other people feel the same. We've been on it a few times throughout the league's history, and, you know, very happy with it. Okay. So we'll go ahead and move on to the next one now. So next is Cherry PT. This is by far the most forgotten track of the Pop-Tart series. Cherry PT is easily the most forgotten. Understandably so. I don't think this track is aged super well. I tried some stuff on it, and it was one of those tracks I got it done, and I was like, pardon me. I was just like, whatever. It's done. Let's just put it out there. People can drive it. Maybe they'll like it. Instead, the opposite happened. I'm pretty sure most people forget this track exists. You know, I think... And like I said, I don't think I blame people here. It's not very memorable. It doesn't really do anything super crazy. I do really like this section here, where you kind of like twist and go against gravity. If it makes sense. I'd be interested in people giving it a try today and seeing like how they feel about it. But the track has notable like pitfalls, in my opinion. Coming up, first of all, I don't know why I felt the need to put a Gorilla Garage module onto my track. I know better. Gorilla Garage module is a crime against humanity. I don't know why I did that. I put these signs here to warn people that the turn is coming up. So if you know the turn's coming, it's pretty easy to hit. You know what? Driving it now, I don't think this is a bad track. I think it's just an unmemorable track. So if you have some free time and you have this game, maybe give it a try and see what you think. I fully acknowledge that it's not my best work. It's not the most exciting. It's certainly not the most unique. But I don't know. I think it drives better than I give it credit for. It's definitely one of my most forgotten tracks, though. I fully... That is an undeniable truth. And, you know, it is what it is. Not every track's a banger. Not every track is adored by others, you know, and that's totally fine. And that's just kind of like the nature of the beast. When you release tracks in bundles, there's bound to be one that just gets overshadowed by the greatness of other tracks in the group, and that was definitely the case with Cherry. Cherry PT was just kind of lost, and that's okay. That's totally fine. I don't think it's as bad as I was thinking it was. I think it would probably race pretty well for street, but, you know, that's okay. We'll go ahead and move on. Let's take a look here. We're at 3-hour mark. How many more tracks do we have to go over? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12? I think we'll push through. There's no point in splitting this up into 2 parts. We'll grind it out. We're going to go ahead and we're going to push through the end. So next is Unfrosted PT. So since it is unfrosted, the idea was that this is a very simple track. The intention of this track is to be very simple. Very beginner friendly. I didn't even come close to using the whole budget. We'll use Bus Gang. We're gonna Bus Gang it. So I mean, yeah. Bus Gang, Bus Gang. And you know, this is just a solid track. I think it's very short, why I don't think it gets any like consideration for league stuff. It's a very short track, and it's very simple, and that was the goal. That was the idea, is to kind of feel like a very simplistic dev track kind of vibe. Kind of track that if you had a bunch of new players hop on the game, you could recommend this track to them and be like, here's what the game can be like. Here's a track it's easy to follow, straightforward, and yeah, and I think in that way that makes the idea of this track a success. However, it is definitely not unique or particularly interesting to the people who play this game a lot. So I understand why it's not like super like highly regarded amongst community members. But you know, it was meant to just be a starter track, and I think it does that admirably. So, but yeah, we won't waste too much time here. Simple track, you get the idea. And for that, I like it. I like it for what it accomplishes. And yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Here it is. Good old Heisenberger. So this was for Bread Bowl Breaking Bread. Right? Breaking Bread? The play on Breaking Bad, which is why we have Heisenberger. This is another name I got from Wampy, I believe. So shout out to Wampy again. This is a track I spent a lot of time on, and I wanted it to be a chaos machine. It was meant to be just crashes and carnage in the Bread Bowl event. Crash zones for people to collide with one another. It was not meant for league play. It is strictly like a WWE, just a crash fest type track, and it features something like 4 or 5 crossovers where you can run into people. And it's super scary late in the race because, like, you just never know when you're going to collide with somebody coming the other way. And it's for the Bread Bowl and the chaos that the Bread Bowl brings. It's a very unserious tournament. So that makes this track great. I love it for that. So, welcome. So there's a cross right here, but you usually won't hit anyone here. You can there. Ooh, bonk the wall. Here's the first crash zone. And then we go right into this second one right here. Whoops. Turned a bit too hard. I think this track was inspired by, I believe it was the Collision. I can't remember who made the Collision. I feel like it was maybe Fidestic? I don't know. I don't remember. But that's the first track that had like that slow section, right? Where it's gonna punish you if you follow your instincts and just boost through it. It's kind of like a slow down skill section. Back across the main drag, where you could have a collision. And yeah, I mean, it's another long track, as they usually are when I go to the track room. And it's another track I spent a lot of time working on, building around it, and I feel very satisfied with this project as well. I don't think it's like one of my best works. It's probably one of my... It's not my greatest track room build. I wouldn't say it's like a top 3 track room build even. But it is flawless for what it was made for, which was, you know, chaos in the middle of the bread bowl, you know? The S is right there. You got ice on the outside in case you mess up. And then we have our last collision zone there. You go through it there, and you'll go around here. Ouch. You come down this way. And we cross through it the second time here. The track being long benefits the collision zones, because as people get more spread out, it opens up the ability for more people to collide in the crash zones, and that's what really like makes this super fun. Like the last lap, you are like nervous, especially if you're at the front. If you're like first or second, you're super nervous because you just know that you could get clipped by somebody coming the opposite direction in this one. You know what I mean? Like, and I love it. I love building the Red Bull as like the WWE level like chaos, just a SmackDown type event where you just don't know what's gonna happen. It keeps the event from being too serious, even though I have like monetary rewards. The unseriousness of some of the tracks with all the collisions and stuff really does help. I love how I wrote high on the track up there. Yeah, so Heisenberger just exemplifies that energy to a T, and I'm very happy with it. We'll move on now. No, we're not making a new track. Okay, next is Let's Cook. This is kind of a more forgotten track. It was made for the same bread bowl as Heisenberger, which was the Breaking Bread one. And Let's Cook being like a something you do when you're cooking food, but also since it's a Breaking Bad gag, it's, you know, you cook drugs type deal, you know what I mean? But anyway, point is, it's like a double entendre. And yeah, this is just kind of a run of the mill track. It's not really notable, not super memorable or anything. We'll use the Honda. I'm tired. We're soldiering on though. Oops, I forgot. It's like an S pattern there. Now, I think it's faster to do jump text down that, but I can't remember for sure. Love... Ooh, I hit the ice, but I love how we slalom through there, and if you get it wrong, I punish you with the ice. I hit it there, as you can see. And then again, we slalom through, like, around the benches, not the benches, the stools. You can cut that corner to the inside, race through the kitchen, past all the contains bread boxes. Slalom right through there, go up the hill, this nice tight corner, take the ramps, fastest way through that corner. It's really one of those corners. I love how gravity plus fans plus the ramps all feel together. It makes the physics of that corner just feel perfect. But yeah, I mean, this is just a kind of a run-of-the-mill track. It's nothing special. It's nothing to really write home about. And there's nothing wrong with that. I get why people don't like... When people think of my tracks, it's not one that comes to mind, really. And I get that. But you know, it accomplishes what I want it to accomplish. So, I love this slaloming section. Yeah. Slide back and forth. If you get it right, you get all the boosts. Don't hit the traps. Get it wrong, you hit the traps, lose time, lose boosts trying to fix it. And it's one of those tracks, it's kind of like three-layer cake, where it just kind of drives over and under itself multiple times, which is also pretty cool. It makes for a cool overview when you get back to the track map. So yeah. All right, up next is we're getting to some of my new stuff now. The newer stuff from like the last season. This was an Acceleron track. Yeah, it was. This is the Grand Prix. It is called the Grand Prix. Play on Grand Prix. Because this section of track right here, from the start-finish line all the way to right here, I used... I modeled it after the beginning of the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas, which is a real track. I love using parts of real track to... I love using parts of real track to make a... as inspiration for my own tracks, right? I include them in there as like an element to keep it interesting. And I think when you do that, you get interesting, unique racing. You feature stuff that drives like an actual racetrack. Not many people do it, and it causes interesting stuff. And I think this track is an example of that because you can't just boost through there. You know, normally you just boost through these corners and speed is everything. But this track, I really wanted it to be a patience game. You can't just boost through the track. You can't just like, push through it, wall ride. You have to be patient. The fastest way to drive it is to have patience and focus on taking the lines properly instead of just trying to spam through it as fast as possible. You know what I'm saying? That was the idea with this one, and I'm very happy with the outcome, and people seem to like the track. Right, so you go up the hill, kind of like you do at the beginning of Circuit of the Americas, and then you get these S's that start long and sweeping, and then wind all the way down. And then it becomes, just a normal Hot Wheels track after that. Lots of speed in it. Kind of a corkscrew here. We use a little bit of magnet right there to keep the cars locked in. Bounced off the wall. Wink. Hit that ramp. Keep your speed up. I crashed. And then we have this. And yeah, this is what, like I said, patience. I wanted the Heisenberger slowdown section to be implemented on a track that might be an Acceleron, because I think it's unique. And it's an interesting wrinkle. And so that's why that's there. And yeah, I mean, it's tough. It doesn't feel great, but it's not gonna. The whole point is to test your patience. And teach you good, proper boost timings. This corner right here is very satisfying. This next corner, you gotta be patient. Again, if you overcook it, you will miss the optimal boost line to hit those pads. And then we just kind of let it all hang out. You know, we go and we just hit these boosts and we just fly back to the start-finish line. Almost died like 3 times there. A couple fun little corners to wrap up a lap. And there it is. A good track that kind of forces some patience. It's technical, but it's fast. And I like the niche that it had in the season, you know. It's not the most challenging track. It's not the most, like, it doesn't introduce any new like, mechanics or anything. But it fills in this role of, like, it's not just a barn burner, full steam, the entire time track. You have to be patient in the right sections, use your boost at the right time. And I'm happy with this track because I feel like it accomplished that quite well in a way that people seem to enjoy quite a bit. And so, in that regard, I'm very happy with this track for that. And I'm very happy that I get to play a role in the Acceleron season in Season 9. And I like that you can do a single boost here. Because I think it's a lot more fun than just, like, never boosting. There's, like, one in there if you time it just right. I think it's nice. You know? Alright. We'll go ahead and leave that project for now. Next up. It's Cake Perfected. Okay, so before we do Cake Perfected, we got to do B-Day Cake Bash. I'm going to do 1 lap of each. This was Swole's birthday bash, where we had to make a track in, like, 40 minutes or an hour or something like that. Because Swole can crank out tracks really quickly, which is impressive. A lot of us don't do them that fast. I spend hours and hours and hours on my tracks. Every time I make, like, a track I'm really proud of, I probably put in 6 hours of work, at least. So, it was a real challenge to make a track that did not do that. I made it quickly. And I'm happy with how it turned out. Gore made something very impressive when he did his, which is why he won. Excuse me, sorry. But I'm very happy with how this turned out. I think it'd be fitting if I get my car from that. There we go. My carbide. Alright, here we go. So this was the original version. This is the version I made with a time constraint for Swole's event. It starts with an inversion, some fun corners, some magnets, fun gravity stuff with that corner there. I really like that corner. It's very satisfying. We get a jump. a nice ramp 180. Another big jump. You can accidentally jump over that, which is a major flaw. And a nice chicane-like structure with the magnets. Come flying up here. Lots of elevation. And then again, we have another section of track that is very it's S's, like a lot faster than the Grand Prix version of it, but same concept. You got to get the line right to be rewarded with extra speed. Ooh, shit. I like these magnet corners. I think they're very fun to get right. And I died because my wheels locked. Very sharp corner here at the end. Just to right check you. Then you come down the hill to the finish line. So that's a single lap. Kind of a messy one. Kind of sucked. But there was no decorations. It's unpolished. I was just trying to get it done just in time for the event. And I did. And I'm happy with myself for getting it done in the time that I got it done. So normally I spend a lot more time. So I took that 1 hour, doubled it up, basically did another hour of work. And I got to this version, which is Cake Perfected. And here is how that final product looks. Now there's track decorations, and there is all the polishings. I fixed all the checkpoints, fixed any of the weird stuff, changed all the ramps as I felt needed to be changed. Like, there's a corner I turned from partially magnet to all magnet. Different colored track now. Give it a little more life, a little more color. I would say this track reminds me a lot of some of my better Pop-Tart tracks. Kind of like Brown Sugar or Unfrosted. It's not like a groundbreaking design, but I feel like it's original enough, and I think it's a satisfying drive. I think it's really fun to get the track right. So, I'm happy with that regard. Yeah, it's like now there's boost here and a magnet strip on the outside to catch you. Double magnet around that corner just to really stick you to the track. And there you go. I like the extra hour adds a lot to it, you know? Like, the first one, you kind of get the raw, unfinished project. And then I get that extra hour in, and now it's like a very good track. Solid track. Which I'm pretty happy with. All right, we're getting close to the end. Not many left. Pumpkin Party is another track that is kind of forgotten. It was made at the last second for the last Bread Bowl. And the theme of this one was that the track is shaped like a pumpkin on the outside. So take a look at it. I suck. There you go. Yeah, the stem right here, and then it's a nice fat pumpkin. We're looking at the shadow all the way around the bottom, and like that. And it's kind of like, imagine like the Daytona road course where you race inside the oval, but also on the oval banks. But also, instead of being just a straight up oval, it's a pumpkin with like a stem. That's the whole gimmick for Pumpkin Party. And, it was kind of a rushed project. It was an idea I had been working on for a long time, but I hadn't been able to really execute. And, I don't know, it's a track room build, but this is probably one of my worst ones. And just because it's not like it was built quickly with the objective of just being a bread bowl track, and that's okay. It just isn't. It's just not super noteworthy and isn't really thought about too much by anyone. Not even myself. I even forget this track exists. So, it's not even me like not complaining or anything. It feels I don't know how to describe it. I want to say dev track like, but I certainly don't reinvent the wheel here, Driving it at speed, I don't think that it's a bad track. There's a nice little skill section. It's some S's. You gotta time it out right. And we get back onto the pumpkin edge. Driving around the stem is pretty challenging. You kind of treat it as one corner. And there's another section where we a lot of twisting corners. Fun magnet corner has a lot of speed in it. Then we come down to here where we got to be patient. Again, big brakes. Do a boost. Big brakes. Don't fall off like I just did. Big brakes again. There we go. Go, and then we go up over this hump, back down. Ooh. That last corner is a little bit janky, but we're back. We're back at the start-finish line now, at the bottom of the pumpkin. And, I don't really feel like it's noteworthy enough to do another lap. It's just an okay track. It's not crazy. It's not, like, the most remarkable thing. I was kind of feeling a little burnt at the time I made it, which is why it just doesn't have anything super original. It doesn't have any like big defining thing. It has a gimmick, and I pulled it off well enough, I think, but I don't know. It's not worth it. People don't write home about it, and that's totally fine. It serves its purpose, but again, it's not a track that I'm going to glaze, and people don't glaze it. But I think it's okay. It's all right. Just an honest reflection of my tracks. Hopefully, you guys have enjoyed checking this out. Just kind of looking through my tracks. I know sometimes I say the same shit about a bunch of my tracks. I'm trying to make it interesting. Hopefully, you're getting something out of it. I appreciate everybody stopping by. Got a few tracks left here, so hopefully we'll be done in about 20 minutes or so. Maybe less. We'll see. Just a few tracks left. Let's see what we got next. Yes. Man, I super, super, super love this track. I'm very happy I get to talk about it. This is Danger Zone. Kind of like... So Danger Zone, I didn't make the team track for Season 9. I let Swole have responsibility. But I was feeling very ambitious, and I wanted to be like, if I made the team track for Aerial Aces this season, what would it look like? And this is what I came up with. It's Danger Zone. Based off the song from Top Gun, of course. And I think this is one of the tracks I'm the most proud of that has been made recently. It's not super new, but this is definitely the track that I'm the most satisfied about recently. So let's go for a ride. So start with the nice long turn, build up the boost. You're gonna need it for this next section. Do that, and then we get off the cliff. Do a couple jumps, build up some speed from the jump tech. Go up the hill, get some more boost. And we're down in the fog, which I love utilizing the fog. It makes the track feel faster. And then we hit this cannon and we boom, fly out of the fog. And just like, look at this track. Like, I love how it bounces in and out of the fog, you know? The peaks of all the high sections, you see them come up out of the fog into clear view, and then you drop down into the fog and you can't see anything. You see like portions of the track snaking around. I love it. I love the way it looks. It adds like an edge to it, kind of like a not like, it's not scary, but you feel like you got to be on your toes. And then we hit this cannon and poof, we fly out of the fog, do the big loop. Then one of my favorite jump techs I've ever done. Bang. Oh, I mistimed it because it's been a long time. I suck. Boom. There we go. That time I got it right. Back down into the fog. Another jump tech right here if you want. It's hard to control though. Oop. I'm hitting all of the ghosts today. And we're slowly, you can't tell, but we're slowly climbing out of the fog now. And just look at how the track looks, like, off in the distance through the fog. Just the way that it, like, creeps about in the sky above you. I just love it. I just think that the looks, like the aura, for lack of a better word, that this track gives off, it's very cool. And I just love the speed of all the jump tech sections. And I told myself, I was like, man, I make a lot of tracks that are very flat. They don't go up and down a whole lot. And that's something a lot of other track builders do very well. And I don't think I really did anything super interesting in that regard, but you can't say that this track is flat. It's anything but. And that was kind of the goal. And I ultimately am very satisfied with this build. I really like how it utilizes the environment. I'd never made a track in the fog before this one, and it really does a good job. You know, I'm very satisfied with this. Another long track, as I tend to do when I'm making something I end up being pretty proud of. Especially like team tracks. You know, this is meant to be like a what if Brad made the team track, so it's longer. Oh, hush. Cats are all grumpy with one another right now. Hey, hush. You two will get along. And the dog isn't helping. He's pestering them as well. There we go. I mean, they get so much speed off of that. It's super satisfying, you know? I really like that a lot. Ugh. Yeah, that one's really hard to control. Like, every time I do it, I feel like it goes wrong. Hey, Spyro, can you leave them alone, bub? They do not want to play. They're really upset. Ouch. Bonk. Alright, anyway. You get the idea. We're climbing back up out of the fog towards the finish line. We'll move on now. But I really like what this one accomplished. It's very different from, like, my normal building style, and I feel like I did a good job with it. It feels like it would fit as an Aerial Aces team track if I wanted it to be. and that is mission accomplished by my book. So we haven't really done much with this track. Maybe I'll find a use for it soon. But yeah. All right. On to the next one. I hit another track building slump after this track until I came across this one. This is Candy Bar Twist. Bar being a play on words. You have like an actual candy bar. Then you also have Bar Boost. Now, you do not see anybody use Bar Boost because it's not efficient use of this game's boost system. However, I challenged myself to make a track where boosting with a bar boost would be better than using the pips. And I think I accomplished just that. Now, it's not the most fun to drive. It's very punishing. It's very challenging. It's mean. But I think I did a great job at like making a track where you have to bar boost. I mean, which car did I use to test this track? What was my bar boost car? Why don't I remember what the bar boost car was? I feel like it was Maelstrom, which is unfortunate because I don't have any builds with Maelstrom with a boost bar. That's awkward. I don't have a car with boost bar right now. I guess let me find the Quattro. The Quattro has boost bar. There it is. Alright, here we go. Alright, so you get this straightaway here where, like, if you had a pip, you could use it. But here, like, the corners are super tight, and the straightaways are... Oh, gosh. It's been a minute. The straightaways are very short. Meaning, you need to rely on short boosts that you can only get from a bar boost. Like, here's another spot where you could use a pip if you were in a pip car. You can also technically get a pip in here, but it's really, really tight timing. You could get a pip in here, but like I said, you get to boost a lot more with the bar, which was the idea. It's like, this is a bar boost track. You got to be willing and able to use a bar boost. There's plenty of boosts so you can feather the bar boost and not get penalized too bad. Ooh, I hit the wall. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. Oh, okay. Yeah, we saved it. Oh, I fucked it up. It's a tough track. I have to do multiple runs to get used to it. And I was used to running it in a grippier car. My Maelstrom did have bar boost. I think for the street finale stuff, I took bar boost off of it, which is why I don't have a car other than the Quattro with bar boost right now. It's not very long, but this is another one of those tracks that has a purpose. And I think I did a really good job with it. I know some people don't like the leaves up on the top. And they were unintentional at first. That you kind of clipped through the leaves over on this next section. And I decided to leave it just because I was feeling mean. I felt like trolling people with these corners, making them kind of blind. And yeah, I think it makes things a little spicy. You know what I mean? Gotta keep people on their toes. Gotta keep them honest. Can catch people sleeping. It's like all these little bursts of bar boost make it the preferred way to go around this track, and I think that is an excellent like feat. I just haven't seen anybody else try it, you know. At least not that I'm aware of. You know, everyone just like, yeah, pips are better, and they don't even like try to do anything with bar boost. So I just wanted to try something different, and I feel like I did a good job with, you know, making a track that favors bar. So that's kind of cool. Okay, so we're down to the last few tracks. So, Ridgeline Rush and Hawking Heights are both tracks that were made for the Gore's downhill King of the Mountain. King of the Mountain is what it's called. And originally, they were combined as one track called Route 56. The track was so large that I decided to split the track. I made two separate files and I split them up. The top half became Hawking Heights. So as you can see, the top half here matches this, and the bottom half got extended starting right about like here. It got extended further and completed, and it was called Ridgeline Rush. So it started out as this whole thing, ended up with these two individual things. So I'll do a single run on each one of these so you can kind of get the idea. So this was the original. This is an unreleased track. This is Route 56. This is, like I said, this is completely unreleased. So no one has driven this, but you have driven parts of it if you have run Hawking Heights and Ridgeline Rush. So let's check it out. Sparrow, go to bed, please. Okay, here we go. So the beginning of this track, this is Route 56. This is also the Hawking Heights portion. It starts with a Laguna Seca's climb up the hill, and then here is the corkscrew from Laguna Seca, but Hot Wheelsified, which is very cool. And this is the corner after it, and now we kind of do our own unique thing. Also, this is a version of the track that's completely walled. King of the Mountain's all about controlling, you know, your car and not going off the track. So the final versions that we'll race here in a moment, they feature no walls on a lot of corners. It really adds to the challenge of it all. Alright, well, I'm actually going to stop driving this one right here, because we're just going to run it again, but more complete with Hawking Heights and Ridgeline Rush. There's really not much point in running that whole thing. Like, it is cool to see the two pieces of track put together, but for time's sake, I'm just going to run them individually. So just remember, where Hawking Heights ends is where Ridgeline Rush starts. So, simple enough. Dog, you've lost it. You have lost your marbles. He's like rolling around on the floor like a lunatic. He's completely lost it. Hey, pal. You blowing from stupid down? Alright, here we go. So now you see we have all the decorations and stuff. No walls. You really amp up the challenge. You got ramp walls on the outside here. So the way this event works is, like, it's a race, but if you fly off, you die. You can't respawn, so you just lose. And that's the whole gimmick of the King of the Mountain event. Is survival is like a big aspect of it, and that's why these corners having no walls is like essential to like when you're making a track for the event. Very important that you have these tracks like this. It's a different kind of racing. It's a different kind of challenge, which I really like. I've always wanted it. Ooh! I've always wanted it. Ah! Always wanted to try making a track like this, but hadn't done it until now. And now that I had the opportunity to do so, I took it, and I really like what I came up with. Hopefully everybody else does. If this event happens, I think there's a vote to determine who gets their tracks in. So if that happens, hopefully you guys like my track. And hopefully you'll participate. Woo! Gosh, that was close. Oh, I regret it. Okay. Almost goofed. I forgot. You gotta be more patient to that section. So you can see I saved myself with a jump and a lateral dash, but you lose a lot. You use all your momentum and use a bunch of boost, which is not something you want to do. But staying alive is more important than anything else. So you happily like sacrifice the boost in order to be alive. So there we go. There's Hawking Heights completed. It's a typical Akina section. Toge Racing. So now we'll run the second track of the continuation of it, which is Ridgeline Rush. Sorry, that's a mouthful. There we go. The next track I show you guys is unreleased. It's a work in progress. So hopefully you stay tuned. If I finish it, it'll probably be part of the Bread Bowl, but it's a project that needs a lot of TLC, so we'll see. We'll see. So here we go. So imagine we pick up right where the last one ended. And now we are on to this new track. Picks up right where the last one ended. And that's straight through the finish line. And this is very different. We're like Hawking Heights goes around itself kind of like a mountain. Ridgeline Rush goes out and away, kind of like a ridge. But it doesn't just follow. It doesn't go around itself. It just extends away, whereas Hawking Heights wraps around itself like a hill. Good thing we're almost done. My voice is shot. Been drinking water and it's not been enough. What can I say? All right. All these fun U-turns. Big sweeping U-turns. Then we come down this hill. And then we have another one of these sections where we got to make these turns count. really, really tight. So you gotta be patient. Short straightaways you can't really boost, or you'll get punished like this. I had to do that to save myself. And we have this. It's basically a chicane of sorts. This nice little run here. I had to do that to save my life again. I love this section. Kind of like riding over like hill crests type of feel. This is a really deceivingly sharp turn. This one's more normal. And yeah, I don't know. I really like these tracks. I can't. Hopefully, we get to do this event so people can race them in their full glory. But yeah, and that is every completed track I have made. It took us 4 hours to look at all of them and give a little commentary. That's quite a bit. There's just one track left to look at, and it's a brand new one. It's not done. It's called Feeling Crummy. It is not done. And the idea is like breadcrumbs. It's bread, but broken up. So the gimmick of this track is that the track is broken up. And you are going to transition from track piece to track piece like a platformer. It isn't done. It is in a very rough state. It's in the earliest parts of the build, and I'm not sure really. It's been a while since I've looked at this project. It is one I do have a desire to finish, but I'm not sure where we're at with it right now. Let's take a look. Let's see how it is. So I have the signboard there. Let people know. Track's going this way. Oh, yes, this loop. Crash zone type loop here. Down here, we have a big inversion. We land, and we have jump tech landing. Nice 180. We got big uphills, kind of like Where Eagles Dare. And then we have ourselves another jump section, jumping from track to track. We got another one right here. And we get another one here. Nothing too crazy, like we're not doing anything super wild. We get another big jump right here. And then we slide off of that piece onto another. Slow down. Jump over here. We have a jump. There's no boost yet. Oh my goodness. I'm alive. You thought I was dead, but I'm not. Gonna jump there. Nice S's section. And this is where it ends. So that's what we've got so far. And I like the idea. It's obviously missing all the polish. It's not even done being built yet. But I look forward to finishing this thing up and showing everybody what it can be one of these days. So look forward to that. Then I think that will just about do it for today. Thank you all for dropping in. Thank you, Dan, for rallying some troops and bringing people in. Thank you to everybody who stopped in chat today. Pato, Gore, Dan, Kat, TARDIS. Who else? Airstorm was here as well. Copper was here for a little bit. Thank you all. Thank you all for dropping in. Thank you for the new follows, Tardis and Cat. I really appreciate it. Pato as well. I hope to stream more. I think I'm going to stream some track building. So if you like what you see on screen right now, I think at some point I will stream me working on more of this thing. So look forward to that. Yeah. This was a fun experience. I wasn't expecting to spend 4 hours working on this today. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna put this up on YouTube as soon as I'm reasonably able to. So hopefully, you guys will enjoy checking it out there. Anybody who missed the stream will be able to check it out there too. Oh yeah, Bizor was in chat as well. Shout out to Bizor and Footloose, of course, and Gunner. I don't know how I forgot about them. I feel bad now. I'm sorry, guys. Thank you all. I don't really have anyone to raid out to, I don't think. Let me see. Do I have anyone to raid out to? Oh, Gray's live. Screw it. We'll raid out to Gray. We'll raid out to my buddy Gray. Gray Arrow's live. We'll raid out to him. Alrighty. We're gonna go ahead and get going. If you hop in, if you join into Gray's chat, just say, "Hey, bread sent me here." I guess. Bread raid. Woo, bread raid. Anyway, thank you. And let's do this again soon, yeah? Thank you. And have a good one. Bye-bye. Raid starting anytime now. Bye.
No, it shoots
that
through
is
stuff.
something why people do that.
Oh my god, a raid from Bread. Thank you, Bread. Hey, howdy, hi there, kittens. Thank you very much for the raid. My name is Gray. Not much of a streamer, but I'm a guy that streams, let me tell you. I'm actually towards the end of this one, because it's a lot later than I normally play. That's unfortunate, isn't it? I know. Oopsie, that's okay. That's okay. It ain't no big deal. We can yeah, let me show you the baddie spiders. Let me show you yeah, there's a baddie spider for you. There you go. Baddie spider. They got tits. Hey, tits. They got tits. Oh, you got tits? We got tits. That one's wait a minute. What did I get an achievement? Possess a widow for the first time. That a little bit ago, but okay, bud. Oh, another achievement. Brotherly love. What is that one for? Yeah. Well, I just defeated a god who was worshipped by twinks, aka Dan is the god, and the twink worships himself. I don't know. Yep, here's my friend. She's just ahead. She's also a god. He's the Death Star. Anyway.
You should probably get some sleep, Fox. Time for a bed, Fox?
I'm a bit of a prisoner. Dan is both god and twink. Indeed.
Sleep sounds good.
Let's see how many days we got left. I didn't realize I was under 8,000. Nice. Only 7,517. Oh, it wasn't going to go down. 718. 7,518 days. Okie dokie.
It's time to go. I know where the Old Father is heading.
Where are you sending me?
Somewhere you've been before. I realize now why Urian was guarding that place. Down in Sorrow's Canyon. It's known as the Placental Steps. A cursed place if you believe the old stories. When Atticus came to me, when I was a god, he told me fate had discovered it. That the church must not know of its existence. At the time, I thought it a noble request. Beyond that door lies a part of the abyss that even my god self never saw. I don't know why it chose you that day. Maybe Urian knew. Or maybe it was just the luck of the draw. It'll open for you though.
Out of this place so I can save the king. Gray, I checked my throne the other day when Timmy sent me the Dr. Pepper and forgot you suggested a sex toy that can't be removed. Oh, gosh darn.